7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos, and we welcome you to participate in the program by calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101, by texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646, and opening up your YouTube app, typing TMASTL, and then watching hot guys talk about sports and what they did over the weekend and who they did it with. And the highlight of my story is spending an evening with producer Joe and his landing strip. But, Doug, that isn't the lead.
Just the two of you?
I'm working on time spent listening. I went to a camp over the weekend also to get better at teasing. But the camp that you went to 23 years ago was the following. Sadie Hawkins camp. And when you were put to the test, what you would lead with on Monday mornings when you had a smorgasbord of options. What are you going with?
It's the NFL games. Two of them were instant classics. And the one last night's the most recent, so I guess that would be the lead, the Rams and Bears game.
Martin, you're the answer key. Did Doug make the right choice with who he picked to dance with at the square dance?
Well, I'm new here, and I've been told that we're the home of the Blues, so I think it's good to avoid the fact that they continue to lay tremendous eggs, no momentum. So I think Doug's right. We don't really need to talk hockey. It's fine. The boys will be fine. Doug's right.
I think it is the Bears and the Rammies as well. I mean, that play by Caleb Williams, an all-timer, an absolute all-timer. Papers, I can see. Are you in scramble mode right now? If you are, then I'll just talk about it. All right, you have the audio of the call. Here it is.
Hit the lever then, Pale.
Command in motion. Williams drifting, sprinting for space, in all kinds of trouble. Put it up for grabs in the end zone. He got it for the touchdown. They've done it again.
At the risk of being prisoner of the moment guy, I don't recall ever seeing a better, more clutch throw than that, a more difficult throw than that. I've seen, obviously, some great throws to win games at the end of this. Aaron Rodgers had several, of course. Many others have had great throws. But for the situation, what he was up against, season on the line, running backwards, guys in his face, throwing it 40 yards and hitting a perfect strike to a guy in the back of the end zone, just an incredible play. Maybe one of the best ever in the NFL, I think.
And I like the fact Tirico pointed out that'll go down as a 14-yard touchdown pass. Like if you looked at it in the box score, I heard the Kevin Harlan call on the radio too, and he's like, you wouldn't believe it if you didn't see it. The fact that the season's on the line, he's running straight backwards, and you're like, oh, no, that's it. I found myself pulling for the Bears. I'm not one of those who hate watches the Rams anymore.
No, I can't do it either.
Like, I'm kind of just indifferent.
They won. He built a building. He owns the whole thing. He won a Super Bowl in his own building. If people do feel that way, God bless, but that is where I am personally. So it sounds like we're in lockstep. I just was pulling for the Bears just because of, I think, the story. I think that's where I was on that.
Yeah, I was somewhat neutral beginning. I don't really care. The kid Kyron Williams is a great player out of Yanni for the Rams. I'm always happy for him. And by all accounts, every year he's there. Walter Payton, Man of the Year, so he's a great kid. But by the end, I'm like, I wouldn't mind seeing the Bears win. And I rarely at the Two Fox office yell out loud. Like big plays happen all the time in different games. When that happened, I screamed out loud like, holy! I mean, that was unbelievable. Yet, if you're a Bears fan today, you're still talking about that, but it's like, I know, but that's the thing is after that play, you really got to cap it by winning the game.
Yeah, you got to give the Rams some credit for not buckling after that. I was kind of thinking maybe the Bears should go for two there when they had all that momentum, try to win the game right there as opposed to winning it in overtime.
They were really struggling in short yard situations.
Yeah, I watched the post-game press conference, and Ben Johnson talked about that. He was asked specifically about that and said they had real issues when they were inside the 5-yard line, and so that is why he decided not to do it.
Yeah.
I was wondering that also in the moment.
Well, I think you have to think about it, but even if they'd been successful, boy, that's a big risk. You've done all of that just to give yourself a chance and then that just within seconds, just piss it away if you don't convert. I'd like to see their conversion rate on 2-pointers also. But
I was thinking if you go to overtime, your chances of winning are probably 50-50. If you go to try to make, 2 or 3 yards out, you probably got a better chance than 50% to make that.
Look at Doug, gambler.
Good for you.
Go for it. Roll the dice. Fascinating game. And even some of the clock stuff late. When do you call the timeouts? And if you're the Rams, would you have called some timeouts when they got down inside the 20? Because it doesn't really help the Bears. I mean, if you get the ball back, you'd have some time. If they score, they score. At some point, they'd be out of downs. I love looking at the clock management. Al Michaels was always the best at breaking down the clock management. But in the end, Doug, the Bears, Tim, is that their Pujols moment? Like an unbelievable postseason? Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing. I mean, if you win that game and win that series, I should say, then it becomes an all-timer. But it loses, I think, some of its luster in the scope of history, not in the moment, but in the scope of history, because they wound up losing the game. The 913, not with a saved name, says that was a Hail Mary throw, not a great throw. Doug, that comes from Gooey Buttercake.
Great throw.
That's it. I guess he wants to be known as Gooey Buttercake, but you're going to have to wait until 2 weeks from today. That's when Jackson will start updating the text inbox names.
Okay.
Doug, do you take all of your quarterback critique from Gooey Buttercake?
I do. My mistake. It was not
It's
a good
great throw when you're under massive pressure and you have to put it somewhere where the receiver can catch it in the end zone, and he did just that.
15-yarder for Bill.
15-yarder for Bill.
He must have known where Komet would be.
Yeah.
Because the throw was just right there. Either he saw him or he knew where he should be, and he threw it in that direction.
The Rams defenders were making a claim that Komet had pushed off, and they were a little slow to show a replay where you could see it, but I don't think he did. I wouldn't have called that offensive pass interference at all.
No, I wouldn't either.
I would say in that situation, incidental. But amazingly, the rules experts, I think they got it right. That's because, I'm just saying, all of these analysts that they go to.
Oh, you say they never criticize the...
They always say, well, I want to say, Jim, I think they got this one right. They always say that.
I'll be damned if you're going to say a bad word about Gene Steratore.
Wow.
Hey.
All of a sudden, Papers has arrived.
And he's right up there with them. Like, well, I think by the letter of the law, they did get it right. They always... And I'm sure we'll get into the Bills game, but the number one critique I had was in that huge call for the Bills, the catch that turned into an interception. Why they didn't give it a little more time. And like, they're like lining up on the ball, and McDermott calls timeout. It's like, whoa.
I thought that was a catch.
All they do is spend hours on replays. You can watch a college basketball game on a Tuesday night, and they'll spend 20 minutes under the hood. And we have this huge football play.
More. I couldn't agree more. For the life of me. And coincidentally, we had left the Billikens game, and we're going to Doug J.J. Twiggs on Hampton on the south side.
Oh, were you really?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Friday night is pizza night when we did that promotion on TMA. And I was meeting up with Cal Kennedy. You know Cal Kennedy,
Sure.
the John Wooden of, that Mark Meckler. He's a delight. And John Hartman and the lovely significant others. And Martin, producer Joe.
Whoa.
Yeah. But en route, I was with my wife and our two sons from the Billiken game. Our 3-year-old had fallen asleep, which is great because it's 7 o'clock, and so now he's going to take a nap. That's perfect.
Right. So he can get up at 2 or 3 in the morning.
Exactly.
Run around
And apparently that did happen, but I'm on so many pills that
it's not your problem.
Thank you. Exactly. I didn't want to say it. You said it. So we're in the car listening to that game, and Mike Golick, hey, Greeny, remember?
Oh, yeah.
He's on the call now. Who knew? He's on the radio.
He does a lot of Westwood One radio.
So he's on the call, and he was beside himself that they weren't stopping it to review it because he thought it was a catch. So he's beside himself in the moment. Now, I'm only listening on the radio, so of course I've seen it since. But in the moment, a guy who obviously played in the league, has been working, as you made reference to, Martin, on Westwood, calling games, but also in sports media for decades, could not believe that they, at the very least, did not review it. Before we go to Sean McDermott, who was fired up after the game, what did you guys think? Did you think it was a catch? Did you think it was an interception?
In real time, when it happened, I thought it was an interception. And then when they showed it again, and they showed the receiver had possession with his knee on the ground, I thought it was a catch.
My blank was a catch.
I thought it was a catch. That's interesting. We all thought it was a catch.
And now,
I thought it was a pick.
You thought it was a pick. There's papers.
And Walt Anderson, who is a former official, I guess he was on NFL Network or one of them on Sunday morning. And at some point he said, maybe we can find the audio, but at some point he said, well, you got to move the game along. And everybody said, excuse me? Like we're in a hurry?
I'm sure that was
be kidding.
Sure that was the Broncos' plan to let's hurry up, get another playoff.
We can look for the audio. Walt Anderson, retired referee. It was either Sports Center or NFL Network, and he said the phrase, we got to move the game along at some point. Like, no, not in that moment. That's what I don't understand. And they were pushing him on who ultimately called it. Did New York decide? Did the on-site officials? That's what's the frustration, the clarity.
Sean McDermott, head coach of the Bills, did not hold back in the post-game press conference.
It's hard for me to, and I've had a chance to look at, it's hard for me to understand why it was ruled the way it was ruled. And if it is ruled that way, then why wasn't it slowed down? Just to make sure that we have this right. That would have made a lot of sense to me, to make sure that we have this thing right, because that's a pivotal play in the game. We have the ball at the 20, maybe kicking a game-winning field goal right there. So I'll just leave it at that. But I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. I'm standing up for us.
What's your language?
Because what went on is not how it should go down, in my estimation. That play, these guys spent 3 hours out there playing football, pouring their guts out, to not even say, hey, let's just slow this thing down. That's why I'm bothered.
In your eyes, was it catch down by contact?
In my eyes, it was. Yes, in my eyes, it was.
That's very reasonable. I mean, he could have been a lot more pissed off. I mean, either very reasonable. I also thought the Bills got screwed. There was pass interference in the end zone on their receiver. They don't call it because, well, it gets late in the game. Okay, you understand that. And then when Denver starts driving, well, now we're going to start calling pass interference.
I thought the last one on Tre'Davious White was the correct call. But, Doug, do you like the term penultimate? I feel like that's...
No, I don't.
The
just
penultimate
next to the last.
Pass interference call, I thought, was warm garbage. For those who may recall, I don't know. You're agreeing with me on that?
Yeah, because the second one, the pivotal one, was probably he started tackling him just like a second too early. I just hated it because it was such a defensive PI bait throw, like just balloon throw underneath him. Just when that's your only hope there, you're not actually planning on catching that football. It's simply to get PI, and that annoys me. But in all likelihood, it was the right call.
You can go ahead and say pass interference. We got time. We got 4 hours.
Oh, instead of DPI?
Yes.
You're right.
They said the Bills had 4 all season. Defensive pass.
Really?
That's what I read.
Is that right?
And it sounds way too low. That was an ESPN story about how they were one of the lowest.
4 a quarter in a college football game.
Had 2 on that drive. I'm going to find that story.
Josh Allen, incredibly emotional following the game. Here is the Bills quarterback.
Josh, how hard is it to just get here again and have this happen?
It's extremely difficult. I feel like I let my teammates down tonight.
I was surprised at the raw. I wondered how quickly they got. He still has uniform on.
I was thinking
because quarterbacks almost always put on a suit, come out, and you wait forever. I wonder if he just said, "Let's get it over with." It appeared to be one of the quickest post games I've ever seen for a losing player, especially a quarterback. He still had his uniform on, but as a reporter, journalist, Tim,
Thank you.
I love that raw emotion you get immediately. It's why media, they enjoy getting players on the field because the emotions are so raw. And why teams are like, hold on, cooling off period. We'll get to them when they've had a chance to be talked to and coached up. And then it's like, all right, here's a really boring soundbite. I appreciated the fact that he came in there and got it done when it was so raw.
We're in the locker room in Denver and talked with a couple of Bills players who, when they were told that Josh Allen had just been at the podium and was super emotional and blamed himself, and I don't think this was I'm the head ball coach, blame me thing. I think he really felt like he blew it with the number of turnovers. That got them emotional. So Deion Davis and Brandon Cooks both were, they couldn't finish their answers when they heard that Allen was that upset. Listen, I got I had no money on any of it, and I got no financial interest one way or the other. Just personally, I would have much rather have seen at least one of the Bills or Bears get to the conference championship games, if not both. And just as an overall view, and people may disagree, this is my own personal view, I feel like the Final Four is kind of lacking in interest. As weird as that might sound.
Especially with Denver without Bo Nix.
Without Bo Nix. Yeah. But, I mean, I suppose the interest could be, okay, Jared Southern comes in and he goes off.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't really, they're just, I don't know. It doesn't, if you had the Bills in there, I'm interested. The Bears in there, I'm interested. I'm not hate watching the Rams anymore. We talked about that at the outside of the program today. And hey, listen, they might be great games, and I will be watching, but my level of interest declined with both the Bills and the Bears losing. Do with that what you may.
If you're a Buffalo fan, you looked at this season. Wow, Mahomes and the Chiefs are out. Wow, Lamar and the Ravens are out. And granted, they didn't have a great seed. They were going to be going on the road, but I think they probably felt, hey, man, if we're ever going to make a run, even if it is on the road, this is a year to do it with those teams out of the way. I just feel bad for that fan base. I know you got a really good team. You're in it every year. And every fan base says, oh, no, woe is me. I'm sure Bears fans are saying, oh, no, we never get to have any fun around here.
Yeah.
But it does feel like Buffalo, when they lose, it's just incredibly painful.
More than any other team over the years, they've had good teams that just couldn't quite get over the hump.
They're not happy, though.
Oh.
Deion Dawkins, not Deion Davis, you doofus!
Oh, how's that feel?
314.
Oh.
That's good.
Hold on a second, Doug. It's 7:16 in St. Louis, and earlier on today's edition of The Morning After, I called Deion Dawkins Deion Davis. I'm going to take some time away.
I'm embarrassed for you.
And I'm going to...
Now they're calling in. They're so mad.
TFCC.
I'm going to take some time away and deal with my sex addiction.
Oh.
Big time sports talk.
There you go.
I thought the one play that kind of went under the radar in the Bills game, in overtime, it's third down. I think the receiver was Dawson Knox, opened at about the 10-yard line, and Allen threw a pass that, if he catches it, it's probably a touchdown. If he doesn't, it's a chip shot field goal, and the game is over.
That was the end of regulation.
Was it end of regulation?
Yeah.
And he was right there, and he threw it over his head.
Yeah.
And that was the game.
That was ball game.
He doesn't miss many of those.
Yeah.
But he missed badly on that throw.
That and then
it's game over if he hits
bad
it.
fumbles.
That and the fumble at the end of the half, I think, is why he was up there saying, this is my fault.
Just giving them some points when you can't. Similarly, in the Bears game, they were not going for field goals. A couple of examples in the first half. Now, they did get a touchdown on so they would like to go for it on fourth down. I guess that's still the Dan Campbell DNA that Ben Johnson has.
Yeah.
So they were at the 21, and they didn't kick. Now, the interception they threw didn't matter because it's the equivalent of turning the ball over. So forget that it was an interception. But they had a fourth down at the 21 on their first drive. Do you take the points? They didn't. Later in that first half, they were at the 32. Not an automatic, but and they went for that one, lost it on downs. However, they did score a touchdown. So a lot of people said the math works out. So they got the touchdown. They didn't get the 2 field goals. So had they not gone for it, I guess then you could have maxed out at 9 because you did get the touchdown. But I don't know. I think I would have taken some points early in a game, cold game, kind of assume it's going to be a little rugged. I don't know what they're saying in Chicago, but I think those field goals may have come in handy. And it should be each situation is different, not just that I go for it every time on fourth down.
In my TikTok algorithm this morning, Martin, you are right on. That is one of the hot topics in Chicago is Ben Johnson leaving 9 points out there with not going for field goals. Now, I realize that probably would fall into the category of being results-oriented because obviously he is aggressive, as you made reference, coming from the Dan Campbell family tree. But that is certainly one of the things that they are frustrated with in Chicago this morning.
I'd take the points early also because you never really know how the game's going to go. You get into the second half, and now if you're down by 12, 15 points, then you got to roll the dice a little bit more and go for it on fourth down. But early on, I would take the points.
Doug, C.J. Stroud, how do you do? That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
He didn't have his best game either. At times he looked like he was just throwing the ball up for grabs.
What a scene that was.
4 picks.
God almighty. And
when
the thing is, if the Texans would have beaten the Patriots, I would have been like, okay, now I'm interested. It's just kind of I don't know. Do you guys see where I'm coming from? Or are you?
Yeah, I think the
interested?
storyline of the Bills, the storyline of the Bears would have been way more
Just
interesting.
one of the four would have been.
Yeah, Rams Seahawks does nothing for me. Broncos, I kind of like Sean Payton. He's like Chaser's buddy.
Yeah.
They haven't been in it, been relevant in a while. Patriots, good for them. They've got it figured out. Pretty quick turnaround, too. And I know Joe and Troy spent a lot of time saying, man, you go from Brady Belichick and then you turn it around quickly with Vrabel and Drake May. It's a great story. Don't care. Of all the teams left, I guess my passion meter would move a little bit for Denver. The other three couldn't care less.
I'd like to see Denver, especially now, if they're going to do it with a backup quarterback who hadn't played all year. That would become a big story if he were to play well.
Absolutely. Doug Williams. Who was the other guy for the Giants? Hostetler?
Jeff Hostetler.
No.
No, when Trent Dilfer played, I think he was the starter. He was just a bad Super Bowl quarterback.
Right.
No offense.
Theoretically, Brady was a backup to start the season.
That's asking a lot.
Yeah,
Peyton sure is portraying confidence. I'll say that. He is very confident. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what else he's going to say, but I didn't think that was just a thing he was saying. I'm talking about this like everybody saw his press conference, but he felt like that they've got one of the best 1-2 punches as far as quarterbacks go in the NFL. So he is very confident still.
It had to be one of the more shocking injury disclosures because you didn't think of it. You're watching the game. He did the post-game interview with Tracy Wolfson.
I thought it was like a fake Adam Schefter account that was tweeting that out.
That's saying he's out.
Too.
Yeah.
And he told the whole story somewhere yesterday, Sean Payton. He said, I went over and kind of like hit him on the pads, like, way to effing go. And he said, I don't know, I'm not. And he said, what? And he said, no, he goes, and Payton said, he told him, oh, you'll be fine. He said that I did my post-game press conference. I walked into my office. He said, the GM and the trainer are all sitting there. He said, we always talk injuries. He said, but this was the earliest they'd ever walked in there. And that's when he found out. Then he turned around and went back into the podium to readdress the media with that news. God, if you're a Broncos fan, talk about huge letdown.
Nick Foles. How could we forget about Nick Foles? Former Ram, Martin.
Boy, he was awful when he was here. Charlie Marlin said it's the worst quarterback I've ever seen. We were sitting in the press box.
Oh, we had some bad ones here and there for a while.
But he was horrible. And then he goes to the Eagles, and he's a Super Bowl champion.
And obviously, Warner came off the bench to have one of the best seasons any quarterback's ever had. But he had the whole season to get ready for it, too. This guy's got
How
1
pissed,
week.
though, do you think Alan Craig is?
He's probably mad about it, too. If he's a Bronco fan, he's furious. Bears fan, hopping mad.
Why is Alan Craig so upset?
I don't know. I was just curious.
Just in general.
What was the question? You know, how do you think he feels?
We don't ask him enough.
That's a great. I just saw him last Thursday. Alan Craig.
He was at the event that you were at.
I forgot to ask him how pissed
And that's
he was.
where somebody wanted to flirt with Doug via pass note to you?
Yes, it's still
right
sitting
there.
here.
Doug, you got to answer.
Just still sitting
I
here.
think Jamie Rivers thought that when he saw that.
Just wish he'd left a
Or
phone
Senator
number.
Schmidt. He was sitting right in front of him. Good God.
Isn't Craig a coach for the Padres?
He works for the pod. He said he's like a special assistant to the GM, so he's kind of involved, but he's not a day-to-day coach.
Okay, so maybe he's a Rams fan. Maybe he's very happy and he's not upset at all.
That's interesting. He lives in that San Diego area.
Yeah.
Doug, good news. The phone lines are loaded up here on a Monday morning. Many people not working today for Martin Luther King Day. So you can settle in and spend your off day with us here on TMA. Call in 314-974-0101. I'm sure a lot of ladies want to tell us what they did this weekend, and that's traditionally what goes on this program on Mondays. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. And, of course, you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Down the stretch we come here as we're in the second half of the month, and you've got 10 more emails of the day to win the $10,000 HVAC system from Design Air Heating and Cooling. And still, by one email win, the incel from the other side of the couch is in the lead. But if you had to lay odds right now, you'd have to think somebody like Carlos Spicy Wiener or Buck Swope or Shooter McGavin or that upstart Cougar Hunter Jake is going to catch up with the incel from the other side of the couch. You just see it, Doug. You just see it and you just feel it. 10 more emails to go. The incel from the other side of the couch leads the Design Air Heating and Cooling email, the month standings, and the winner after it's all said and done, will receive a $10,000 HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling. That Shrimply Pibbles reached out to me. You know Shrimply Pibbles, he sends in pictures of his wife, but he stopped doing it because I picked Mississippi State against Missouri.
Or he doesn't have a wife.
Oh, no. Well, anyway, his HVAC system wasn't working yesterday.
Oh, no.
And he emailed me like at 7:30 to see if I could connect him with Seth Goldcamp. I see my email like at 9:15, and somebody, I think it might have been that Adam, too, because he's bold and daring.
He sure is.
Came over and fixed it up real nice like for him, just like that.
That's how they do it.
That's
That's how they
Design
do
Air,
it,
heating
yeah.
and cooling online at designairservice.com. Doug, it's 14 degrees in St. Louis right now, but because of the winds, and the winds are a whipping, it feels like -3.
Oh.
Tomorrow, 13. Friday, low of 6 with snow. Saturday, freezing rain. 3 will be your low. Sunday, it'll be sunny and 5 degrees.
Oh.
If the HVAC system goes down, designairservice.com, the longest running sponsor on the morning after. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. Your phone calls, which are loaded up, call in 314-974-0101 next here on TMA 101 ESPN. Missouri, in Baton Rouge, the Blues in Edmonton, the Cardinal winter warm-up.
Just et al.
Et al. I like that. It's TMA 101 ESPN. It is Monday, January 19th, 2026. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. A gentleman by the name of Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and Chairman Kurt is handling the phone lines at 314-974-0101. Healthcare Evolution, the sponsor of our 7 o'clock hour on TMA. Healthcare-evolution.com is where you can find our sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour. And what they are doing for TMA listeners is wonderful. What, you're going out to see him this week, Doug?
Friday.
And then what are they going to be looking at? The shoulder?
Oh, hopefully everything.
Everything.
Every moving part on my body, but the shoulder specifically.
Here is the deal. It's Healthcare Evolution online at healthcare-evolution.com. You know what Healthcare Evolution can do. This is an opportunity for you to get fixed up if you are dealing with an injury and get the results of what actually is causing your problem the same day and get treatment the same day, not waiting months. They have helped so many people already. Owner Logan Taylor texted me this over the weekend. They helped a listener by the name of Scott get back to lifting weights just by going out there and getting examined and then also getting treatment. A listener getting back to playing hockey. Lady by the name of Nicole got back to coaching cheerleading with her daughter. Golf, tennis, soccer, softball. What do you need to get back to? It's ultrasound guided precision placement regenerative treatments right where your body needs them. How can Healthcare Evolution help you get back to living your life? They can do it, and they can do it today. Healthcare-evolution.com. That's healthcare-evolution.com. The 7 o'clock hour sponsor here on The Morning After. So many things to talk about the first 20 minutes of the program on the weekend's NFL games. Tonight, we've got Miami and we've got Indiana, and Doug, Nevin Shapiro.
What's he done?
He's got that podcast.
With sound effects.
Oh, this is the Miami guy who doesn't like being disrespected.
Well, it's Dan Lebitard and Nevin Shapiro.
Nearly undid Frank Haith coming to Mizzou before he ever coached a game.
That's correct. So what's he got this morning, Jackson?
A lot of respect for Indiana. Their Cinderella ride's over. It's over. Compliments of the U.
Gosh. Why the dramatic music?
That's what QFTA needs, Jackson, after we go 4 hours. I need you to put threatening music in.
Especially after a big take, after a really hot take.
I like that.
Some very emotional music.
What about that sinister laugh?
Not even. It's just like a nose snort.
Why does he think him being a tough guy is going to have any bearing on what happens in this football game?
And all of these TikToks I see for the preview of this podcast is just, it's like 15 seconds of him, of the simplest platitudes and then dramatic music.
Yeah.
I don't get
it. Really drives home the point.
Yeah. He's just in sunglasses.
He is in sunglasses, Martin. You would really like it.
I can't wait till the outcome.
No matter what.
And then Lebitard.
Oh, I hope they get if they get rolled like 42-7. Oh my God, Lebitard's. I don't know how they're going to do a show.
I'm operating on the premise that if Indiana wins, it's likely they win big, and if Miami were to win, they're going to have to squeak it out. Are we in agreement on that, or?
Yeah, based on what we've seen of Indiana, like them getting blown out, just doesn't seem like it's in the cards. Them blowing out Miami seems to be, I have vested interest in that.
Oh, is that right? What do you got going on?
Alternate spread.
Oh, alt spread. What are you laying on your alt spread?
-13.5. Indiana minus 13.5.
The papers.
Yeah. Well, play big or go home. Hear that, Martin?
Play big, go
Play
home.
big. Now you need to give me a sinister laugh song.
And dramatic music.
Put on
Sneeze
some
into the mic.
sunglasses.
During the break at some point, we need to find some very dramatic, haunting music and play some of that over one of our segments and see if it helps.
All right, I can do that.
And you don't really have to say anything significant. As you heard, you just say, Indiana, good squad.
But it's all about the timing. Like after the take is the big crescendo. Bum, bum.
Good squad, good luck.
I don't know if this would fall under the category of so what'd your grandma think, but Kurt Signetti and Mario Cristobal yesterday sat down and met with the media before tonight's college football playoff championship game. And Doug, you'll want to hear these thoughts here.
Okay.
What a national championship would mean for each of your programs on Monday.
It'd mean we're the national champion.
Coach Cristobal?
Thoughtful answer.
It would mean we're the national champions.
For heaven's sake.
Oh, wow.
Listen, if you don't want to be there, just stay home.
It's almost as if they rehearsed that.
And then they nodded to each other.
Did they?
Yeah.
Fist pound?
Not that hard.
Is it that hard just to give a 15, 20-second answer? Is it really that hard, or do you just always have to be the tough guy?
Maybe what would it mean has gotten a little tired, though. Maybe you need to do better. I'm not a big fan I'm not a big fan of what were you thinking? Like when somebody hits a big home run or throws a winning pass, what were you thinking? I was hoping to win the game.
How about what goes through your head?
Yeah. What if some really dumb guy said, "Oh, not much"?
Tim, I'm sorry, but I hope Miami loses by 30. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Doug, I have financial interests in tonight's festivities, and we have to make a determination on how we at the Tam Avenue Capital Partners, and now we have more than 500 people who are employees at the Tam Avenue Capital Partners running numbers. I did notice that the spread went from 8.5 down to 7.5 yesterday. I have no idea what caused that. Usually it's somebody making a money move with credibility. It is down to 7.5 this morning. But the Tam Avenue Capital Partners are going to have to lay $320 just to win $100 on Indiana and the money line. So we're going to be put to the test here on our spreadsheets. But that's why we have 500 of the best and brightest. A lot of journalism school people.
All running numbers so you can make a better bet?
That's correct.
That's what's happening.
That's correct.
That's why it makes fiscal sense.
And it doesn't come down to a call, because so many of these NFL games, it's always about a call, a debated call every year. What's a catch? Was that a catch? I just hope. And the last time Miami and it was Ohio State. Remember the big game?
Oh, yeah.
So they've run into this before. I just hope we don't have a zebra deciding the outcome.
Yeah, I'm sure the Zebras hope that too. That's the last thing they want is a call like those interception calls, to have to make a decision on that. I mean, you could look at it 100 times and never really know for sure what the right call is.
Here's the stat. Kevin Seifert, ESPN, was breaking down all of the big moments in the Denver-Buffalo game. He said the Bills are usually good at straddling the line. He's talking about pass interference. They were tied for the fewest defensive pass interference flags in the NFL this season with 4. Isn't that hard to believe? The whole season. 4, and then our guy had 2.
God, that is unreal.
When I saw that, but this guy is a rock-solid NFL reporter, and it's a whole column breaking down all the big moments, and he said they were tied for the fewest DPIs, Doug, with 4.
We welcome you to give your thought. That's an incredible statistic. 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. It's the healthcare-evolution.com. 7 o'clock hour here on the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, the Baldwin Beer Bitch is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, and that's who we're going to start with here in this segment.
Hello, bitch.
Hey, Doug. Hey, you really got to stop leaving the stretching block of Orange Theory, Doug. That's not going to work out well for you if you keep missing the stretching part.
The stretching block?
What's
Orange Theory, Doug? She's saying you're over there working out, are you, early?
Yeah, he's at the Orange Theory, and then he runs out of the stretching block like he's too cool for us. So.
You and the Baldwin Beer Bitch work out together?
I have never one time set foot in an Orange Theory.
Work, bitch.
You're in there. All the Kevin Miller emails. You're always there working out with Derek.
I've never been there.
Dude, we get it. You work out, guy.
All right, Doug, let's not be so angry. It's Monday morning.
Okay,
so.
sorry.
Hey, good morning, Tim. I just want to thank you for inspiring the Billikens on Saturday. So
no problem. I'm happy to do it.
I think the AP is going to put a little footnote saying that Tim McKernan inspired their ranking when that comes out today.
What's wrong with that, Doug? That's
it was like meeting the first family. So
stop this.
It'd be nice if Timmy received votes this week.
Beautiful wife, gorgeous kids. I don't condone it, but I totally get why the Reddit incels dislike you, Tim, because, I mean, how could they even compete with you? It's not even a match.
What's going on here?
I met the Baldwin beer bitch. And
How did she introduce herself to your family?
Well, I mean, she was waving, but I didn't know who she was initially, and she was a few rows in front of us as the game was ending, and we were leaving, and I had my wife and my two sons with me, and then she came up and introduced herself as Doug, the Baldwin beer bitch.
Oh, did she?
So we got a chance to talk, and she is a delight.
Yeah, and you know what? The baby race was good, but my husband said it would have been better if they just let a bunch of grown males crawl to Tim instead. So,
Doug, did you see the baby race that they did?
No, I missed it.
There was one baby that shot across that. I mean, they must have had 100 babies. Don't you think? This is the halftime thing.
100?
Don't you think? I mean, it had to be 50 for sure.
Yeah, no, they definitely expanded it. And you know what? All the ones that didn't even leave the line, that's so embarrassing for those parents. Those are going to be the worst UIC parents. It's like they don't even care. Like, how are they not training their babies ahead of time? They didn't even leave the line except for the one girl. And she had the Lightning McQueen outfit on, and it was very fitting because she won. But anyway, that's my breakdown of the baby race.
How do you train a baby to race?
Like Jackson said, you put a little treat or something. You put little puffs or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Greyhound race.
You got to motivate them. But anyway, Tim, I did want to, since you're looking for ladies to call in and give their weekend recap, we did go to the Gramophone after.
Oh, Gramophone. Mississippi Nights Club, if you please. Maybe with some red hot riplets to wash it down.
Yeah, don't play.
Yeah. No, it was pretty good. So on that note, KG, I think you guys were talking about it, but since you're the culinary expert of the show, would you agree, KG, that the Cuban is the most underrated sandwich?
It's a great sandwich. I almost said the B word there, but yeah, it's a great sandwich.
Underrated, though? Can you agree with that?
Yeah, I would say it's underrated. I don't think it gets the love it deserves. I don't think enough people want to.
Good kielbasa.
Sorry, Craig, I cut you off there.
I just don't think enough people step out of their comfort zone. They just like plain chicken on white bread with a saltine on the side.
Sure, you get what you like.
Taking shots at Doug.
Okay. Boy, you're really full of the old Ned.
Put that off. Boy, I like that term.
All right. I want to make this quick because I know the listeners are probably spiraling. But you know what? I have been entranced by Heated Rivalry all weekend. I watched all 6 episodes. Did you get a chance to watch that, Martin or Doug?
Chance to watch. I'm sorry. I was reading all the hate text directed at you. I'm sorry. What did you addressed me and Doug, and I apologize.
Did you guys watch Heated Rivalry yet, the HBO show that's been sweeping the nation by storm since December?
Heated Rivalry.
No,
I have not seen it.
I was watching live sporting events instead.
Well, this is like, it's really getting me into ice hockey, you know? I even told my husband, I'm like, I think I want to go to the Boy Aquarium, but he assured me that the players probably wouldn't be making out on the rink. So that might ruin that for me. But anyway, Jackson, if you do a movie, boy, I'm happy to step in and contribute to that one. So
okay. Yeah, I know that the guy who made it is the same guy who made Letterkenny, which is just quality Canadian programming right there.
Letterkenny?
Oh.
Letterkenny.
Letterkenny?
Baldwin Beer Bitch, give Doug a quick synopsis to entice him to watch Heated Rivalry this week.
It is about love-stricken hockey players who have a long-term secret romance and they can't come out of the closet.
This is not NHL players, just a totally made-up show?
It's a made-up league. It's the major hockey league, I think it's Major League of Hockey, and they have like the Boston Raiders. It's made-up teams, but it's basically NHL adjacent.
Sounds like my Sports Center updates.
Okay. It says Heated Rivalry is a Canadian sports romance television series created, written, and directed. Follows 2 rival professional hockey players, a Canadian and a Russian, whose on-ice animosity conceals a passionate secret romance. There you
with
go,
each
Doug.
other?
Yeah,
When is it okay to kiss a guy?
Doesn't sound like what I'd be interested in at all.
Just picture Sidney Crosby and Ovechkin falling for each other.
So you're getting on the verge of kink shaming.
Well, I would absolutely kink shame that.
Way past the verge.
All right. Well, that's enough. The audience has heard enough from a woman. I'm going to go make some sandwiches, but good to talk to you guys. Have a great week.
There she is, Doug, the Baldwin Beer Bitch. A pleasure to meet the Baldwin Beer Bitch following the Billikens game and her gentleman. What do you call it, gentleman caller?
Yeah. Orson Woods Wacko said she should call in when she's inside 270.
She's right there at Baldwin.
This is a Central Corridor show. I mean, that's just the way that it is. 314-974-0101 is how you can call in and share what you ordered at Gramophone, and also make a recommendation for Heated Rivalry to Doug, and he's going to do a review on Movie Boy with Jackson.
Does it sound like a show I'd be interested in?
No.
Of all the things that are on television?
I've heard about it. I haven't seen it. I've heard about it. And honestly, when I first read it, I thought, boy, Doug would hate this.
Yeah, I would.
Somebody said Brokeback Mountain on ice.
That's what it sounds like.
Harrison's brother Master is not giving it a positive review. That sounds like the worst show in the history of time.
It does sound horrible.
I might have to watch it now. If Harrison's brother Master's so against it.
Let's see. Wow, yeah, the text, Martin. Not positive, unfortunately.
Well,
usually they are.
No, they're almost never positive. The volume here speaks loudly about what the fan base
Probably about 95% to 5% negative towards the BBB. However, Martin Sweatervest says, I'd like to be in an alliance with the BBB.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
There's one.
Beer Bitch will form an alliance because Sharon and Clayton formed one with Harrison's brother Master and the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. So alliances are being formed in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 170 friends are gathered here on a holiday watching the program, and in there recommending sandwiches to each other. Jeremy Hodge is talking to John Scores, who's talking to Too Fat to Kayak, and Bob Lucier, and the J.C. Penney chat support is in there. They're all talking it over, and you can too at youtube.com/TMA. STL. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. And, oh, it's so wonderful to enjoy a victory down there at Chaffetz Arena, have a couple of libations, just a couple of libations, and then head over to the south side, have some pizza and wingy at JJ Twiggs, and talk it over with the wonderful people from the St. Gabriel Parish about the 7th grade tournament, and kind of do a preview of the brackets.
You're talking to the Fixers?
You're out of line right now.
Okay.
You're out of line. And, of course, producer Joe, who left the bar because he was pissed off that the Bills lost. I gather he had action. Are you aware of that, Joe? Or Jackson, I'm sorry?
No, but I imagine if he was leaving pissed of a game he has no interest in.
So, but he lives pretty close to it. And I said, hey, I was out in the car with a sleeping child. I'm in the bar now. Come on back. And sure enough, he came on back. Producer Joe.
Oh, really?
Back in action.
He just had to gather himself a little bit?
Walk off a little steam.
Walk off. Yeah, he and Josh Allen needed some cool down.
Was he resting up because of the Rascal Flatts show the next day at Enterprise
That's right.
Center?
You said that. Martin said to text me and Joe about Rascal Flatts having audio issues at their show at Enterprise Center. Doug, did you get a chance to go to the Rascal Flatts?
No, I didn't.
Hey, audio issues way better than falling through a trap door.
Post Malone.
Yeah.
Posty.
So you were at the game. I was looking at Kellen Thames because I was thinking every box score for him, it had to be insane because he makes every shot. Now, high percentage, steal, layup, dunk. But these are his field goal, the ratio, last handful of games. 6 out of 8, 7 out of 9, 3 out of 4, 7 for 10, 4 of 6, 7 for 8. He's got a 6 for 6 in there. High percentage shots, but his field goal percentage just off the charts.
He should shoot more.
And they still manage the minutes, plays about 20 minutes a game.
Yeah.
And comes off the bench, and he's, arguably, I guess, their best player.
I would say that the Billikens will be, I'm going to go 22 in about 5 hours, 4 hours.
Breaking into the old rankings this week.
Top 25.
17-1. 11 in a row. Now, of those, in immediate, I said something Saturday on X that they dominate. 17 wins, 15 by double digits. Immediately, people said, they haven't played anybody. They haven't played. All right, here we go. The whole thing.
Well, it looks like you're not playing anybody when you stomp everybody. And talk about Thames. I see 7 players had more minutes than him in the Richmond game, and yet he still led the team in scoring.
Papers, Missouri losing, SLU winning. Does it change any of your opinion that no?
No, one game is too. It's not even fun to compare it. I think it does both teams
disservice.
Yeah, it's both teams. I mean, Missouri obviously lost one that they absolutely should have won in Baton Rouge, but SLU keeps
Which one was
dominating.
worse, the Ole Miss loss the previous Saturday or the LSU?
Ole
loss?
Miss lost because that's just free throws. Like, you just make your free throws, it's fine. LSU, you started out ice cold, and it's hard to come back. But SLU just keeps winning in a fun way. They're a fun team to watch. They run a fun offense, a ton of scoring, a lot of fun players. So they should be nothing but heralded. You shouldn't compare them to Power 4 schools because it's just too hard to compare because of the teams they play. But the teams they do play can only play their schedule. They dominate, so they absolutely deserve to be ranked. It's great for the city. I think all 3 local teams being in the mix is incredible. So I'm not going to spend time comparing.
4 of the 5 teams ranked 20th through 25th lost, by the way. I guess that'd be 5 of 6. I apologize. Lost this past week. So I don't know how much the Billikens will move up. But a number of teams ahead of them lost, including Utah State, who lost to Grand Canyon, which is one of the Billikens' wins. Good news also for St. Louis University in the sense that Santa Clara beat St. Mary's. This is the world in which we live, and that these things actually do matter to get them into quad 1s and quad 2s and so on and so forth. But the truth is, and if you talk to people at St. Louis University, I don't know if they'll necessarily say this on a microphone, but I understand it. And hey, good for them for being accurate. They're not like, why the hell aren't we ranked? They get it. They know. Haven't played anybody. That's just the reality of the situation. What would St. Louis University's record be if it had Illinois' schedule? What would St. Louis University's record be if it had Missouri's schedule? I think everybody would agree it probably wouldn't be 1 loss. At the same time, I think you can look at it and go, this team has an incredible amount of talent and depth, and it will be fun to see when they get the opportunity to play a team with talent, how that matches up. Unfortunately, there may not be that many opportunities before they would get to the NCAA tournament.
I'd be surprised if they didn't get in the top 25 when the new rankings come out.
Today they'll for sure.
Yeah,
they had 92 votes last week, and they had 2-0. Seton Hall dropped 2.
It's just a matter of how high they're going to be.
In terms of votes, even last week, they were ahead of teams like Kansas and Iowa, Villanova.
Yeah, they were the leading vote getter, not ranked. So, yeah, they
starting
were
to get a little
ranked.
more national buzz, like Bruce Pearl tweeting
how about
out.
the Bruce Pearl tweet? For those not familiar with it, Martin, what did he say? I saw.
Said one of the most underrated coaches in America, this guy Josh Schertz, he kind of quote tweeted something about the Billikens' latest win, and I noticed that Schertz responded and said, "Thanks, Coach Pearl. When I was at Lincoln Memorial, the little school in Tennessee, he said you were always great to us," because Pearl was at the University of Tennessee, so they obviously had some interaction. So good for SLU. Enjoy the ride here. Don't spend time picking apart. You play the next game on your schedule.
100%.
And hopefully you pound them like they've been doing. And if just eking by in the A-10 didn't get anybody's attention, you're playing nobody. I think they're doing what they have to do, which is, to your point, Doug, Richmond was, 13-4 or 5, whatever. Pounding teams that are in your division, your conference.
Let's see what I got. Hey, Martin. I am a Mizzou alum, yet I just bought season tickets to SLU. They are so fun to watch. Ask Schertz a 2-part question for me. Kellen Thames is so fun to watch. Why doesn't Thames shoot threes ever? And why doesn't Thames play more minutes? That's from Mr. Banger. Doug, his name is Mr. Banger.
Mr. Banger.
We talked about that last week, and we're pretty sure because of all the issues a year ago with the cramping, just kind of a weird deal with Thames, how he cramps so easily. I think they've continued to manage his minutes a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, as far as not shooting threes, I think he's got shot like 4 of them all year. It's just not his game.
He's not very. I think the reason why he's not playing at Louisville or UConn or something like that, because he has the talent elsewhere, is because he's just not a threat to shoot from deep.
They've played 18 games, and in only 2 of them have they not won by 9 points or more.
Sweet mother of mercy.
Really only had 2 close games. Within 9 points, anyway.
A week from Friday, that Friday night home game against Dayton, that'll be a pony. That'll be a pony. That'll be a pony.
Mm-hmm.
Fun fact for the Power Conference shill in the studio, Mizzou and the Billikens have the same number of Quad 1 wins now, but please keep telling us how we couldn't possibly be competitive against Mizzou's schedule. That's from Kwame Voyukas
He let you
IV.
have it. He let you have it.
I've never said that they could not be competitive against Mizzou's schedule. I'm aware of the Quad 1 wins. It's different. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not saying that SLU would be non-competitive. I literally never said that. It's so lame. Like, just enjoy your team being great and fun. The whole thing about trying to compare to Mizzou or compare to Illinois, it's just hard to compare based on the schedule. Any college basketball analyst would tell you the exact same thing.
Well, don't get hot about it, Sideburns.
Couldn't be more relaxed. It seems like SLU fans, for whatever reason, or maybe just Kwame Voyukas in this case, have a real stick up their ass.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
You're getting to be like that guy in Miami.
Sometimes it's,
Holiday Monday.
Just
And
the
his
case.
producer,
Just the case
the
sometimes.
producer had to excuse himself. He was so angry. Jackson watches SLU games with a clutched fist. That's from the Crystal City Clamhammer.
So lame.
We should go to a game, Papers. Let's go to a Billikens
I love
game.
going to Billikens
Little
games.
hoop rock.
Love going to Billikens games.
Tim,
Have you been to one of this year?
Not yet.
You refuse to go?
I'm done with this nonsense narrative.
Got him.
I'm done with it.
are you banned from the campus
No.
because
God,
of your
no.
anti-SLU stance?
No, I have a jersey. Given to me by the head ball coach.
That's right.
How many people can say that?
Tim, how about the 6-1 hate pointing out local sound guy here? Now we know what the 6-1 hate does. There wasn't any audio issues with Rascal Flats. They're just horrible. Their music sucks.
Producer Joe's going to call in.
6-1 hate. There was a headline. And
Yeah,
this
it was
is
the headline in the Post Dispatch.
I sent this to Tim, and producer Joe didn't read the story. The headline said, despite audio issues. So I'm sorry. That's what I was referencing.
Somebody's got to stick up his ass with the SLU colors all over it. That's from Choke Artist 1.6.
I saw that SLU won. I was watching the Missouri game because it was similar time slots. And I was fired up that they were winning like they were. My brother was at the game. They got the free Shake Shack burgers. It was great.
Oh, yeah. I hit the Shake Shack burgers last night.
Yeah. My young nieces got to get their Shake Shack and get to watch SLU a little bit. It's great. It's great. I don't understand.
What do you have to do to get this burger?
The Billikens have to score 80 points.
Yeah.
And then if you have a ticket, then you show it, and there you go.
I think the next day. I think
That's right. And so I've been doing a lot of Shake Shacks because I've been doing a lot of Billikens, rah, rah, rah. And then I go down to that bar down there after the game and have myself a couple libations, and it just couldn't be better.
That's great.
We ought to go on the that Dayton game, and then
I'm
we can
gonna
have some
go. I'm
libations.
going on the
Let's have some
30th.
cocktails
Let's do
afterwards.
it.
Let's figure out what the word is, huh?
It's a 6 o'clock tip. Get down to that Lorenzini's about 5.
Is that Friday the 30th?
Have a
Friday
couple
the
scotches,
30th.
Doug,
I'm in.
huh?
Count me in.
You're in.
Count me in.
All right, here we go.
Count me in.
Now, at the Fordham game last week, they were sitting on 78, and I think that Shirt said, no. Like, the players like, should we go for the Shake Shack, get to the 80? It was a bad look. He was like, no, we're not doing that. Shirts would probably rather buy everybody Shake
Although,
Shack than
when you're
do that.
in a situation like them, like beating teams by, like if you're like up 19, beating teams by 21 looks better than beating teams by
now,
19.
they were up 22,
Okay,
so I think he was like, we're
different.
good.
But point differential does matter to the committee a little bit.
How much time was left when they didn't want to go for this
I think
burger
it was,
clinching bucket?
as I recall, it was like the final 10, 15. They're dribbling it out. Just kind of kicking it around.
When the defense isn't trying, it's bad form to
Maybe
go down to a thunderous dunk.
Wasn't that what pissed off Stephen Pearl last week? Jaden Stone dunking
well, he
against
can
Auburn?
deal with it.
You are a Mizzou nationalist at heart.
No time for Stephen Pearl.
Illinois is 7th in the Ken Pom with their win this weekend. Billikens now 29th in the Ken Pom, and after losing to LSU, Jackson, do you know what Missouri is in the Ken Pom?
No.
Because I feel 55.
I don't like looking at the Ken Pom after losses. Makes me sad.
Doesn't really matter, Doug, until bracketology comes out.
Thank you. Jill and Artie will have an update tomorrow for us. And then in the NCAA net rankings, which is also something that the committee dials in on, the Illini are 7th. The Billikens are 22nd. In the NCAA net rankings, these matter more than the AP poll, but I think AP poll gets more attention, and understandably so. And for the record, Missouri in the NCAA net rankings, 66th. So that is where things stand locally with the programs.
The AP poll is done by the writers who don't watch all the games. We learned that during the football season.
That's correct.
Well, she said she had a process. She didn't really want to break it down.
How could anyone watch all the games?
But at least
No
they do
one
it Mondays as opposed to Sunday. The
Games are
Sunday
still
at
going
noon.
on.
Sunday at noon, college football games ended 12 hours prior.
You would need a committee of
basketball, sorry.
20 to 30 people watching games nonstop to have a real feel for where these teams should be ranked.
How about this? Baldwin Beerbitch in this alliance. I would be honored to have Kwame Voyukas IV in my alliance along with Martin Sweatervest. So an alliance is forming after Harrison's brother Master and Sharon and Clayton formed one, and then the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom joined that. Now we're going to have one with the Baldwin Beerbitch, Kwame Voyukas IV, and Martin Sweatervest, Doug. Listeners are pairing up for safety in these troubled times in the winter of our discontent in St. Louis. Speaking of which, friend of the program, I would imagine in Miami right now, Joe Buck, caught hell on the Twitter tweets for making an observation, and this became a national story. We will tell you why coming up as we enter the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour, closing out the healthcare-evolution.com 7 o'clock hour on the morning after 101 ESPN. FanDuel is giving all customers a profit boost for the college football championship tonight. It's your last boost of the season. Pick the side you believe in or build a parlay that fits the moment. Then apply your profit boost and go after a boosted payout with everything on the line. Miami and Indiana tonight. Martin, I got a total for you at 47.5. Is there a play you would like to recommend to the listening audience of the morning after?
Ship the over. Come on.
Wow.
Indiana might score 47 points in the first quarter. Come on.
Wow.
Sorry, Dan Levitard.
Wow.
Sorry, Nevin Shapiro. Indiana's coming off a 56-point outing against Oregon. They had 38 against Bama. This is an Indiana team that can score touchdowns in their sleep. The over, please.
Wow. Over 47.5 is booked. FanDuel is the best place to get into the championship action, and when you win, you will get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/local to get your college playoff profit boosts today. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues lose yesterday 5-0 at the hands of the Edmonton Oilers. Off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Winnipeg Jets. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
You like this one, Doug?
Yeah, I don't mind it.
There are tents lined up and down the street in Bloomington, Indiana, as Indiana Hoosier students and alums have made their way to Indiana for tonight's college football playoff. And those who didn't make the trip to South Florida will watch with friends and family alike tonight as the Hoosiers try to complete one of the biggest turnarounds in sports history.
Huh. Where are they going to watch it together? They got a big screen set up in the basketball
I don't
arena,
know.
probably, something like that?
I saw it on Instagram this morning. A bunch of tents set up on, what's the main street there? Martin, I feel like you're the only one who would
Bloomington?
know. Yeah.
I don't know Bloomington.
Is it Kirkwood?
That sounds right. I've never been to Bloomington.
Oh, is that right?
Never
that
been.
surprises me. Doug, you been there?
No.
Papers?
How
German,
close is that to
first?
Indianapolis?
Pretty close, I think.
Yeah, it's a pretty short drive. A lot of St. Louis. All my buddies are down there in South Florida, and last night they said it was in Indiana, because I'm trying to get a feel for if Indiana's taken over the building. It sounds like that's the case, even though it is Miami's home stadium. Last night on Miami Beach was a Chicago Bears watch party, because many of them come from the Chicagoland area, and then they were having a bunch of people in for the weekend, just getting after it. Now, Joe Buck was flying to Foxborough. Indiana guy, just got to Miami. He tweeted that out late last night after calling the Texans and the Patriots. But before he headed to New England, he tweeted out the following, Doug. It was an empty security area and at Lambert, and he tweeted, "Total mayhem at 11:08 a.m. Saturday at Lambert Airport in St. Louis. We used to be a hub." In the words of Fred Willard in Waiting for Guffman, what happened? Same action they're getting in Blaine, Missouri, I would imagine. And some people enjoyed the tweet. Mm-hmm. Some people did not enjoy the tweet, and were defending Lambert.
The gist of it is that there's nobody here, right?
On a Saturday.
Yeah.
You would think there'd be some travel.
Do you guys see the picture?
I did, yeah, I did. I've witnessed that myself. A few years back, I went to pick somebody up at about 8 o'clock on a Sunday night, and as God is my witness, I was the only person in the main terminal. All of the airline counters empty. The one restaurant up there empty. There was nobody walking through with a luggage. Nobody.
Now, is it because there's so much activity at Southwest, that Terminal 2, Southwest just dominates the air traffic? I don't know the numbers.
Probably some of that, yeah.
But the main terminal has become less and less crowded constantly, but totally empty, and you could see about 4 rows of what would be normally people lined up in security, waiting, agonizing. There's literally no one in the picture. I was more shocked Joe's getting on a plane at Lambert and not getting on a private jet. Jeez, it's an NFL playoff game. And one of the guys who is a sports media reporter said, "Should we be surprised that Joe Buck is flying commercial?" And he responded, "No."
He wasn't in the mood.
Well, what happens if that flight gets canceled?
Then they probably scramble the jets and get him.
Yes.
That Bruce Pearl tweet to Josh Schertz was the second best tweet of the weekend, behind Joe Buck's tweet from the Hooterville semi-regional airport. I saw one that said St. Louis has 4 major sports that play downtown. Truly amazing. That's from Al in Dadeville. Doug, that's right. We are a 4-sport town.
I guess if you count the Battlehawks.
If you're not in St. Louis, congratulations.
Oh.
Well, looked like there was a lot of folks in that category.
Not only is nobody not coming here, nobody's leaving either. You would think maybe this time of year there'd be some vacationers headed southward. But did you see they even had snow in Florida this last weekend?
Is that right?
Northern Florida got it. Yeah, not Miami or Tampa didn't get any, but farther north they had some snow.
Guys, I flew through Terminal 1 for the first time in years, and oh my God, it is so gross. It's a dirty ghost town. It's embarrassing compared to any other airport in the country. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
It really is true, unfortunately. Almost any other city you go to, you walk around the airport, you go, wow, look at this. Look at all the people here. What's this all about?
I got back Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. from the Bahamas, and when I was walking through the main terminal, almost every restaurant was closed with the chain doors down. It looked like a prison. That's from Lady Sonia's Teacup.
And yet you still got a good dressing down when you try to get picked up. Get on out of here! You're not allowed to pick people up here! Move it! But there's no one else here. Get out of here!
Hey, we're better than Chicago.
Yeah, that's how I was treated a few times.
Guys, I actually like that Lambert is dead. It makes for easy in and easy out. That's from Eric in the Central West End, so he likes it.
Well,
if you're thinking about yourself only, that's probably a good position to take.
But the Southwest terminal usually is pretty crowded. I don't know what's happened to the American Airlines here, but they don't seem to get near the traffic that Southwest.
I mean, it always
happens when TWA no longer was the hub. That was a significant moment.
Made sense to be a hub, though, based on our geographic location.
It was Carl Icahn's fault, as he bought TWA and sold it off in parts, right?
This is why they're going to a single terminal and redoing the entire airport. That's from Andy Pants.
Yeah, it needs to be done.
Do you know we have the best fans in baseball in St. Louis?
Oh, that's awesome.
That's awesome.
They probably ought to just start all over, but I don't know where you'd go to do that.
Didn't they buy up all those houses there, Doug?
Yeah, and then didn't need it.
Right.
Built runways that never get used.
Doug, the city has ruined this region. I'm from the middle of nowhere, Arkansas. I love the Cardinals, so I wanted to live in St. Louis. Since I've been here, it's gotten way more depressing. That's from Dem Hogs, and he has a 501 area code, and I can speak to that being a Central Arkansas area code.
Okay, yeah. It is depressing. Hopefully we'll get it turned around somehow. I don't know how, but hopefully something will happen.
Guys, I actually don't think the Southwest Terminal is that crowded. It just seems that way based on the size of the travelers. That's from Al in Dadeville. Cottleville is opening up a new airport in 2029. How about that?
Oh,
you can fly in and out of Cottleville.
You can't.
Direct or nonstop, we found out there is a distinction from our Des Moines caller. By the way, Doug, you want to know, Bloomington is an hour and 2 minutes from Indianapolis, a little to the south.
But
I'll say 3.5 hours from St. Louis. That's my play on
to Bloomington?
St. Louis to Bloomington.
I guess in terms of airports, Denver and Kansas City both within the last couple decades built new airports, but they're a long way away from the population centers. Would you rather have a new airport that you got to drive an hour to get there, or would you rather have one that's not so good that's 20 minutes away from most places where St. Louisans live? I'll take the convenience, I guess, of the one that's close.
The Denver one, they really overthought it. I mean, you get off at the it's the airport exit. You get off at the exit, you still need to stop for gas. It's so far off the highway.
Guys, George Clooney loved Lambert. That's from Sharon's Ladue Pool Boy. Jackson, that's up in the air.
He did.
It's so empty they can use it as movie sets.
Tim, 3:39 on the clock. St. Louis to Bloomington. 3 hours.
3:39, okay.
3:39. So Joe Buck will be there, Trent Green, Tom Ackerman.
Guys, Lambert is smaller and far worse than the Omaha airport. That is how far we've fallen. That's Jake in St. Genevieve.
Yeah, I haven't been to one recently that I thought was worse than Lambert.
Martin, what is your worst airport ranking? For me, LaGuardia and Midway were live, but they've both had some renovations.
Yeah, Midway's the one in Chicago where Southwest flies into. Yeah, that was kind of rough.
Worst? That's a great question. Because even though I mock the Denver location, it's a great airport.
It's a great airport.
It's great airport, just not all that convenient. LaGuardia always felt kind of dumpy to me.
Yeah, but they've put a bunch of money in and redid it.
Same with Newark.
Shout out Newark.
Shout out Newark.
Yeah, we got a lot of streamers in Newark.
Bad airports. It's a great question. I'm going to work.
I think most airports in top 25 markets have 2 baggage carousels.
Yeah, at most.
But if we can expand it and get to 3 in the Southwest terminal, I wonder if that'll help.
Couldn't hurt. Couldn't hurt none. You're still going to get a berating.
Yeah. The greeting team is what we're known for.
Welcome to St. Louis. Now get out of here.
Martin, you are absolutely right. There is a big distinction between nonstop and direct, and it pisses me off when people say that they fly direct when they're not making any stops. Direct is when you stop in one city and continue on to your destination. Nonstop is the name you don't stop. That's from Andy Pants.
Okay, calm down, Andy.
We went through
Not a
all of
big
this
deal.
when our Des Moines caller said that it was the end of the nonstop or direct from Des Moines to St. Louis.
Reagan National is the best airport in the country. That's from Jugs, and he is in the District of Columbia, so he
Okay.
knows.
Well, yeah, he should.
Well, what do you use for that ranking? Is it the restaurants, the shops, the pleasantries that Doug's looking for, layout, all of it, convenience?
Sure.
Newness.
Space, newness, certainly that's aesthetic, but then the flow of the security and the ease to get and speed with which you get your luggage. And I know, and I don't want to kink shame because I know some people love to get berated when they're getting picked up at the airport. So if that is your thing, I don't want to make fun of people who like that because that's a kink.
It's on them.
But personally, if I were a representative in government, and I know a lot of people want me to be, maybe one of the things I would do is have the face of the area be a little more friendly when you arrive at your airport.
Yeah, that would go a long way.
Charlotte always had the old Adirondack chairs sitting out there. Spend a little time.
It's probably not real
Rocking.
easy to find cheerful, happy employees to stand out there in the weather and be responsible for moving cars along when they're picking up passengers. It's probably not a real highly coveted job, so you get what you get.
I like the Phoenix Airport. Anytime I've been there, I've had
Sky Harbor.
Yeah, I've had a very pleasant experience. Really kind. I once left my bag at a restaurant in a different terminal, and my plane was boarding, and a guy in a golf cart saw me sprinting there. He goes, "You need some help here, man?" I was like, "Yeah, can you drive me over there?" He did, like a knight in shining
treat.
armor. Yeah.
Atlanta, now the busiest airport in the country.
Yeah, but they got that tram system, move you real quick throughout everything.
Yeah.
Everyone's got better than this.
Yeah.
Our entire region's a dump. That's from the total package, and now he's despondent.
Well, it's trending down.
Well, good news. We'll talk it over with Chris Kerber about the Blues losing 5-0 last night, and that'll
Well, a
lift
little
your spirits.
pick-me-up
Yeah, it'll be a
on
pick-me-up.
deck.
That's coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
we tell you all the time about Classic Air Care and the kind of service that you can get from them. How about this review that Victor sent them to them? Eric with Classic Air Care did an outstanding job on a Sunday. In no time, he had our furnace diagnosed. Part was on his truck, and the furnace was blowing warm air. We were super happy and sipped the quality of the work. That was from Victor. Well, that's the thing that Classic Air Care provides you. They've got over 100 vans on the road, and they will get to you within 24 hours. And like Victor said, we got his furnace fixed on a Sunday. They're open 7 days a week with after-hour tech calls. Man, they know that way life happens. They know that when something breaks down, it's going to come across at the time where it feels like the most inconvenient time possible. Well, when that happens, they're there for you. That's why they make sure that they have techs on call, and they've got 24-hour service, and they've got somebody answering those phones every single day for you. The number one thing you can do to keep your HVAC system in top shape, change that air filter. A clean filter means the entire system doesn't have to work so hard to heat the home. You can buy them online at classicaircare.com. But beyond that, professional preventative maintenance is the best way to avoid breakdown. So get them over to the house. You can still have them do a tune-up for the rest of the winter. It's the Classic Air Care Super Tune-Up for that furnace. You can have them come for the spring, too, and make sure that it's ready as the weather starts to turn warmer. But don't forget that if something does go wrong with it, it's not blowing right, it breaks down, they've got you covered, and they can get to you within 24 hours. You can get an appointment online at classicaircare.com, or you can call them. It's Classic Air Care. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour. Brown and Crouppen, sponsor of the program. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. And you can watch the show and talk it over with other TMA listeners on the YouTube app. TMA STL is the name of the channel. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. And, of course, you can listen on 101 ESPN every morning from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Joining us right now for his traditional Monday morning appearance from Edmonton. Martin, is that the logistics in Edmonton?
I believe they stayed over, and they're going to skate at the Rogers Center today before traveling to Manitoba.
All right. Martin likes logistics. We'll find out because Chris Kerber is with us right now. Kerbs, are you in Edmonton?
We are in Edmonton.
There you go.
So Martin is right. We are staying over, skating here today, and then flying to Winnipeg after that.
And that nice hit on the logistics, Martin. You check that box. Disappointing last night in a wide variety of ways. Take your pick. If you started to feel it after the thrilling win on Friday, finally getting that win in the shootout, and you're going, okay, man, just beat the Hurricanes, just beat the Lightning. Kind of like the momentum after beating the Golden Knights and Canadiens at home, and then you start off the road trip and have a disappointing performance against Chicago. This one, same kind of thing. Couple of great home wins, and then you have a disappointing performance against the Oilers. And the Blues defensively just didn't have it last night, and the Oilers were able to put them away 5-0. What was your takeaway from last night against the Oilers?
Yeah, Tim, it's a great analogy. It's very similar to actually almost the exact same feeling that it was that loss to Chicago after the couple of back-to-back home wins. So for whatever reason now, what they seem to have at least fixed for the time being with their play on home ice, they haven't seen the same thing happen on the road. Now that can all be kind of fixed a little bit here if you pick up a win in Winnipeg on Tuesday and win 3 out of 4. I don't think anyone's going to be shocked that you lost 1 out of 3 when you're playing Carolina, Tampa, or Edmonton. But what you see is it's the type of losses, Tim, that's there. And this team is now 4-16. That is 16 losses on the season by 3 or more goals. And it's kind of how you lose, to me, is the difference. When you're a team that's that has struggled to find consistency throughout the year, that hasn't had, great offensive performances from most of your top players throughout the entire season, and it's going that way. It's when you lose, when you don't look competitive, and I think that's probably maybe what frustrates a coach and a general manager and stuff even more than the loss itself. And the reason is because they're so process oriented, right? You know, they know that, okay, you play the way you played against Carolina and Tampa. You could play that same way and still lose to McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers, but it's probably not 5-0. It's the style of loss that probably has to have these guys still scratching their head in a big-time way.
I apologize if I missed the update, but I haven't seen it anywhere. Was there anything new on the Sundqvist injury? When he left, they were looking like they were really concerned.
Yeah, that was scary, man.
Yeah, it was kind of scary. Jim Montgomery started his press conference off last night right away with that. He's fine. He did get cut, you know, and it's a deep cut, but it didn't hit any muscle. It didn't go through any. And I saw Oscar actually after the game at the hotel. It didn't go through any muscle. It didn't go through any tendons. And required just some stitches below the skin and on top of it. But in the end, it could have been a heck of a lot worse. It's going to be painful, sore. He's going to miss a few games. But the good news is those things could end up being so much worse. But when he went down, he got up. He said he felt it kind of right away, but he was able to. He got up and he reached down into his boot and he pulled his hand out. He said his hand was covered in blood. And that's when he kind of went into shock. And then he kind of chuckled with me afterwards. He said it didn't really help that Walker and Parayko then went absolutely nuts when they saw it too. But you could see the concern of their teammates. Ray Borelli quickly into action. You know, these teams are ready for this kind of stuff. And you know, we've seen, and I've seen some cuts over the years, especially in the minor leagues. We had a guy, Eric Belangi, literally cut his wrist, the main artery in his wrist. I mean, those are scary. So you could see Oscar almost fall into shock when he saw the blood on his hand. And they got him off the ice and took care of him really well. So that is the best possible news you can get out of that, where, you know, it hit that the skate came down when Oscar fell and McDavid kind of tried to jump over him just on that part where the blade got below it. Now, Oscar does actually use those. He wears the socks that are they're not cut-free socks, but it's made out of the material that's to protect you from the skates. It's not just like normal cloth. TJ Oshie's company makes, like neck guards and socks and things like this. And Oscar believes that, without a doubt, that those socks probably helped him and saved it from being a lot worse. So there's some really good news on what was a scary front.
In a lot of these blowouts, it's Binnington who's had to kind of wear it, and it's pretty clear. Like, they just don't seem to play as well defensively when he's in net. I'm sure he hasn't been perfect. He would probably tell you that. But what do you make of that? How do you wrap your head around it? If you're a coaching staff, I don't even know how you address that. But it's like, hey, when Binnington plays, we got to do better. But it does seem to be a big drop off.
It does, Martin, and sometimes it can be the opponent, that's been in there. But yeah, he's been the one that's kind of, as you said, had to wear, more of these losses than Hofer has. And now I think Hofer is playing better than Jordan right now. But I'm looking at, again, I keep going back. I go back to that Colorado game as one of the best examples of it, and then we saw it again last night. The first 4 games in that Colorado blowout, a couple weeks ago, he made the save on each of the first 4 pucks, and then the rebounds, were put in. And then you look at it again, and there's another great save. And then, the guy got away from Cam Fowler and scores on it. So I don't know how to explain it. I really don't. I think there's no doubt that Jordan would tell you that he thinks that there can be better, more consistent play in his game. But the play in front of them, the level of compete, and I talked to a couple guys last night that were not in the game, one with the Blues and one that was not part of the Blues, is not part of the Blues team. And even there, they're kind of scratching their head like, man, it just feels like they're just hanging them out to dry. And that's not an intentional thing in any way. Whether it's they've seen Binnington make some huge saves, just they think, okay, he's going to be fine, he's going to get it done. I don't know, but the one thing that just did not exist last night was that same net front battle defensively in front of him that we saw in the previous couple games with Hofer. So I'm with you on the same thing. And Joe and I talked about it for the podcast after the game. it's a baffling season on that front, especially when it comes to Jordan Bennington, because I'm the one sitting here not at all concerned about the Olympic side of it for him, when he gets in front of Team Canada. And I think what you're going to see is that the numbers for him this year are really reflective of the team play more so than they are his individual play. I think the Olympics are going to bear that out.
Do you sense that he's getting frustrated with it all, with the season that's really not gone well at all? He's a proud guy. He's had so much success in the past.
Well, look, that guy is as big a competitor as, I've seen the Blues have since I got here, and so, yeah, I think he is. But at the same time, he's also really level-headed and has such a healthy approach to his game, Doug, that, that's the one thing you're like, okay, he'll be fine. We fixed some of this in front of him. There's no doubt what you've got there. But at the same time, they're still human, and they still want to perform, and they still want to win, and he still wants to battle. So, yeah, I have to think that, that's what we said on the podcast, too. I got to think of he's had some probably frustrating stretches as a pro player down in the minors, trying to work his way up. At one point playing in the East Coast Hockey League, and the Blues didn't have room for him. They found a deal for him to play in Providence. But I think at the NHL level, this has probably got to be the more frustrating season that he's had, since actually getting to the NHL in 2019.
They got Dylan Holloway back. He had missed 15 games. Was that timing about right, you think? I guess I was a little surprised he was ready. What did you make of the timing?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think they're kind of like Kevin Costner in Dances with Wolves. Some of these young guys heal pretty quick. So he, and say pretty quick, he was out, since the middle of December. So they said approximately 6 to 8 weeks. I think it puts it kind of right in that mix there. Those high ankle sprains can be quite irritating. We'll see how he is today and if he skates with the team today. At one point he looked a little, like something was bugging him on the bench last night. I know Dusty Flynn had bounced down to talk to him, but it's good to have him back. That speed is back in there. That you could definitely see, and it's going to take some time. No matter how much work these guys do, what kind of work they do, you miss that kind of time, and the coaches do a great job trying to get you ready, but you just never mimic the speed and what you need in the game. So it takes a couple of games to get that flow back, but it is a good sign to see him back in that lineup.
Chris Kerber with us live from Edmonton, Alberta. Blues will skate and then head to Winnipeg for tomorrow night's festivities against the Jets as they try to bounce back from last night's loss against the Oilers. Kerbs, always appreciate the time, sir. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. Have an awesome week, and we'll talk to you next Monday.
Sounds good. Right, you too. It's Chris Kerber with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, which is where you can always go back and podcast this program. And you can always podcast via the TMA STL app or the 101 ESPN app. It's Schaefer Door Company that makes it possible to podcast here on the morning after. And we are grateful for Jason Gossrau's support of this program going back a number of years online at schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. That's schaeferdoor.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. Good chance that your garage door is going to experience stress from the cold temperatures that we're currently experiencing, and this weekend it looks like it is going to get much more intense with lows in the single digits and some precipitation. That's when garage doors are put to the test. Any issue you may have with it breaking, go to schaeferdoor.com at SCHAEFER door.com or call or text 636-782-3608. The number is set up specifically for TMA listeners that'll get you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors, and they have Monday morning standby service for the doors that break over the weekend. They also service commercial doors. It's Schaefer Door Company. Sponsor of the podcast on the morning after. Go to schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. We have breaking news in the NFL, and we will share that with you on the other side of the break. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Hopefully you stop by the Village Bar over the weekend. On Saturdays, that's when they open the tasting room for 1879 Distilling. You've heard me talk about it for quite some time now. These award-winning premium batch spirits that are made in the barn right up back at the Village Bar. Best spot in town to hang out for lunch, get a cheeseburger, waffle fries. Economically, it's a great deal, but also it's fun, festive when the games are on, just meeting friends for lunch or happy hour. The Village Bar has been a staple for decades, and along the way, they added the 1879 Distilling, making Red Barn vodka, 1879 rye, 1879 bourbon. Really is a difference, and you can taste that difference when ordering your drink. Ask for it at restaurants around town or grocery stores. Make sure they know you're looking to sample 1879, and on Saturdays, noon to 5, that's when they open up the tasting room. It's connected to the Village Bar. Go online, read the whole story there, how it's an homage to the German heritage. They used to do it down on the riverfront, the distilling way back when. It is a St. Louis tradition that continues to this day. 1879distilling.com, the website. Tasting room open noon to 5 on Saturdays, and always a great time to stop by the Village Bar.
So what do we got going on here?
I don't know what this is.
It would have been Mac Miller's 34th birthday today.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
What happened to him?
Died in 2018.
Well, Ariana Grande's ex. Knock, knock. That's my jam.
Probably the artist I've listened to the most in my life.
Doug, what artist have you listened to the
Miller,
most?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. I don't know.
Mills Brothers?
They'd be right up there.
Burt Bacharach?
I guess you got to go way back to the 60s and 70s.
You have some good things to choose from.
Probably somebody like Elton John or somebody like that. Beatles, maybe.
Yeah. It's weird now.
You still hear them. No matter how old the music is, you still hear it.
It's weird. We can listen to any music we want at any time, whether you have Spotify or Apple Music or any other music streaming service, and you kind of end up listening to pretty much what you would have listened to anyways, you know? Like, I at least find I'm not, like, exploring all that much, which I wish I was.
Yeah, you want to explore?
I do want to explore.
Okay.
A number of things.
Here we go.
That's one of the definitions that people use of getting older. You stop listening to new music.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because I realize by now there's probably 1,000 songs out there that I really like. I don't need any more.
You're happy. You're content.
At capacity.
The program's called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. We've got two breaking stories now. One we knew of going into the break, and then during the commercial break, Chris Kerber texted me and said, this just hit my email right as I was hanging up with you guys. Chris Kerber with us in the previous segment here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. The Blues have fired Springfield Thunderbirds coach Steve Konowalchuk and have put Steve Ott in charge in Springfield. So Ott replaces Steve Konowalchuk, who has been relieved of his duties. So Doug and I were talking it over with Kerber, or I was texting with him, and we were interacting together, and they let Konowalchuk know about 30 minutes ago, Kerber said, and we were wondering what, the reasoning is here. Is, some people certainly critical of Steve Ott, in charge of the power play, hasn't been thriving. And Kerber, when we were asking, what's the reaction for Ott here? Is this a demotion? He said, oh no, big step forward. He has interviewed for some NHL jobs. And so now he's going to get some head coaching experience. And then certainly he now will be the eyes and ears in Springfield for Doug Armstrong and for Alexander Steen. So Steve Ott will leave the Blues to take over in Springfield. Gentlemen, your reaction?
I was kind of surprised. I guess what it means is they are kind of cashing it in on this year. Because if you thought you had a chance still, based on, how poorly the season has gone so far, but if you thought you still had a chance, you wouldn't want your top assistant leaving. You'd want him still to be there behind your bench. So they must be cashing it in on this year and say, well, maybe he can help us more by helping to develop some of the guys we got in the minors.
And I don't know enough about what's going on in Springfield, but obviously for the Blues, Springfield's buried in the standings, but for the Blues, development right now is huge. And these young players have to hit if this retool or whatever they're in the middle of right now, this transition, if it's going to work, then these guys that are in the minors coming up are going to have to be significant contributors. So maybe they feel Ott's the right guy to go down there. I see why they would want him to do it, but I also see why he would do it, because you do become a head coach, and he wants to be an NHL head coach, so he can add his coaching resume by saying, I've been the guy on the bench, behind the bench. I think at the NHL level, is it a huge loss? He's really popular with players and management and all of that, but I don't think it's a huge loss at the NHL level, and I can see why it makes sense for him.
Well, the move, not popular in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, Doug. But then again, what is popular in the Air Comfort Service text inbox? 314-399-9646 is how you can express your disdain. They're rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. That's from Cream. The Warson Woods Wacko says, Ott was canned. Love the guy, but that was a save face move for the organization. If he had any long-term potential, he'd still be here. It's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
So like a demotion. Yeah, I didn't see it that way, but that's how some people are reading it. Like if you were frustrated with his role here, then you got to find a spot for him.
Ali Doesn't Know says, I would think Otter on the big club's better than being a minor league head coach. He wants to be a head coach.
Yeah.
And so the getting head coach experience is what Chris Kerber said this is about.
I would think being considered a top-notch assistant at the NHL level is probably an easier way to become an NHL head coach than a head coach in the minors.
And you could also argue, who cares about his future? What's best for the team?
Mm-hmm.
You can't just do it because he wants to become a head coach. There has to be some rationale that this makes us better or this helps us in some way. But it'd be interesting to know if behind the scenes if there was more to it. I don't know. That's how it's being interpreted. I do know he wants to be a head coach. He is really popular with management. So maybe they felt they needed to make a change at Springfield. They're buried in the standings, and that he was the best fit.
And the other breaking story, this one that we knew about going into our commercial break and where I was headed before the Steve Ott news, is the Buffalo Bills have fired head coach Sean McDermott after the season came to a conclusion on Saturday night in Denver. Bills GM Brandon Beane is being retained, and he will lead the team's search for a new coach. McDermott leaves Buffalo with a 98-50 record, Doug, so he was almost winning at a 67% clip.
Not good enough.
And 8-8 in the postseason. He won 5 consecutive AFC East titles from 2020 to 2024, finishing second behind the Patriots this season. The loss to the Broncos continued the Bills' streak of not reaching the Super Bowl since losing 4 straight from 1990 to 1993. And it extended their record of the most wins in a 7-season span without a Super Bowl appearance, including playoffs, and that number is 91. So McDermott is out with the Bills.
That's stunning to me. They came within, one better pass and a disputed interception call from winning that game and going to the AFC Championship game? Would you have fired him if had that call gone differently? Would he still be fired?
That's like the situation in Baltimore with the rookie missing the field goal against the Steelers. Does John Harbaugh lose his job if he wins the game?
Yeah,
now, the owner last week said it just delayed it a week, or would have delayed it a week, and I'm going, really?
Right, based on what?
I mean, the Ravens, I felt like, could have actually made a run. I didn't think the Steelers had any chance. But, yeah, exactly right. If that call, in our eyes, we talked about it in the first segment of today's show, we all thought that was a reception. So did Richard Sherman, by the way. And he said, I have never seen a contested catch like this ever be called anything but a catch. And even as a DB, you know that even if it's a tie, it's going to go to the wide receiver. I cannot believe this decided the game. That's from Richard Sherman. And now it's decided whether or not Sean McDermott keeps his job.
I can't believe that. His record's 98-50 in a league that prides itself on parity. He gets it done almost every year. 5 straight division titles, and you fire the guy?
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
No, you can't. And they point to an 8-8 mark in the postseason. That's not bad. You're going against the other top teams in the league. You're winning half of those too. It's clearly a knee-jerk reaction.
And over the weekend, there's always coaching decisions. We talked about Ben Johnson. You're always looking at a coach in that game. Were you ever yelling at the team, oh, my God, McDermott, you bonehead? There was nothing jarring this weekend from my standpoint. If anything, when he called the timeout to make the officials at least look at that play, I thought that was smart. It might be they look at New England, now they got it going again with Vrabel and Drake May, and they're saying in Buffalo, boy, we had a window here without Belichick and Brady, and we still didn't get over the hump. They may believe that it's just not going to change. But as always, who do you got in mind? It seems in the NFL they fire coaches, and then they kind of go, okay, now what? Mm-hmm. They don't seem to ever have a great plan in mind, and every team interviews like the same 3 or 4 guys. Mm-hmm. Every team, and they all interview the fired coach. So Atlanta's new coach is the guy who got fired in Cleveland. Buffalo will probably interview a couple of coaches who got fired somewhere else.
Bunch of texts coming in saying Mike Tomlin will be the guy in Buffalo, Martin.
That's interesting. You didn't hear his name at all. Everybody talked about him going right to TV. You didn't hear his name attached to anything last week.
Guys, is it too late for the Battlehawks to fire Ricky Prohl and bring in Sean McDermott? Doug, do you think he would like to come in?
If they lose their first game, in my mind, he ought to be out.
Martin, you want me fired? I'm like, well, if we could get Sean McDermott, sure.
Still a great night.
I'd be surprised if Tomlin comes back right away. I think he could have coached as long as he wanted to in Pittsburgh. So why would he leave there to go somewhere else? I don't think that'll happen.
I would love to hear the Buffalo explanation. It's probably going to be that we just didn't get over the hump and we just feel we're kind of stuck. I think, and they probably wouldn't admit it, I think New England kind of turning it around quickly and now having a little bit of success probably sticks out to them.
It's what you're going to have in college football with Cignetti turning Indiana around. It's going to be, look, if we can just find our Mike Vrabel, if we can just find our Kurt Cignetti. And so you're chasing that high that obviously can only happen in one particular city. Guys, Tomlin's still under contract. They would have to trade him. That's from Major Stronzo. Doug Major Stronzo.
Yeah,
well, they can work that out.
He's going anywhere.
Guys, it's time for Drinkwitz to start some rumors and get a couple million more from Mizzou. Dino Bravo says, Doug, do you think you like Drinkwitz to?
Yeah, he'll get a little bonus, especially with Steve Ott going down to the minors. He'll be rumored for that job as well. Another couple of years.
He gets a bonus because the Bills have an opening. Yeah.
Oh gosh, what a stupid move.
my starting lineup?
No, I don't want to hear yours. Wouldn't you just be stunned if you're McDermott?
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you're him and you're walking into the building, you're starting to think about next season, as tough as that, you probably take Sunday off and then get back to work Monday, Tuesday, and sorry, you're out.
There were some who thought his passionate speech following that game was more of a plea for his job. The I'm standing up for the people of Buffalo. We played it earlier. Jackson, can you play this? This was something that again, it's social media, but people thought, okay, this is his last stand to try to keep the Bills, to keep him from firing him. They're moving into that new building. They may want to make the change. So he's making a plea with this post-game comment.
It's hard for me to, and I've had a chance to look at, it's hard for me to understand why it was ruled the way it was ruled. And if it is ruled that way, then why wasn't it slowed down? Just to make sure that we have this right. That would have made a lot of sense to me, to make sure that we have this thing right, because that's a pivotal play in the game. We have the ball at the 20, maybe kicking a game-winning field goal right there. So I'll just leave it at that. But I'm saying it because I'm standing up for Buffalo, damn it. I'm standing up for us. Because what went on is not how it should go down, in my estimation. That play, these guys spent 3 hours out there playing football, pouring their guts out, to not even say, hey, let's just slow this thing down. That's why I'm bothered.
There you go.
Okay.
I don't think he's standing there saying, okay.
I think it's an easy thing to say in retrospect.
Right.
But I'm saying it was said on Saturday. That's what I'm saying. And because it wasn't even crossing my mind that he would get fired.
Right.
That
people in the moment thought he knows he might lose his job, and so that's his way to try to rally fans to his side by going after the officials.
Yeah, no, okay, I believe people might have said that Saturday. I don't believe that he's thinking in that moment, all right, how do I scramble here and defend? I just think in that moment he's so upset about the game and the loss. Maybe not.
They were 12-5 this year. 23 teams won fewer games than that. So I assume by that logic they should probably all be fired. And if not for one controversial call, they're playing in the AFC Championship game. 2 wins away from winning the Super Bowl. And you're going to fire a guy with a long track record of success.
They're probably just going to say it got a little stale. He did a great job. We're looking to freshen up, try something new direction, and maybe the new building is a factor. But they'll probably just say he did a great job. We just couldn't get over the hump. We're looking to find somebody that gets us to the next level. But who is that coach?
Curb Stomp texting into the program. I bet Harbaugh wishes he didn't sign with the Giants. He could have went to the Bills and had Josh Allen. That is from Curb Stomp.
Didn't he get $100 million from the Giants?
And the knock on Harbaugh, though, is not winning in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Although he does have a Super Bowl title.
Yes.
But the knock on Harbaugh is he doesn't win in the playoffs.
You got to win it every year.
Particularly with Lamar Jackson, the pairing of those two.
Doug, could you tell me, if you would, about Mark Milton? Because I got him as the STL tax lawyer.
Right. Well, that's exactly who he is. And maybe he could help some of these guys who are getting fired and, making a ton of money, don't know what the tax implications of all that is. I don't know either. Milton knows it all, and he really specializes in helping you if you've got tax problems, such as tax liens or bank levies, wage garnishments. Maybe you're even facing IRS criminal investigation. If so, that's a real important thing that you need to get taken care of, because the godforsaken tax man is coming after you. Mark Milton is at stltaxlawyer.com. He provides a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and the radio. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice in Washington, and he actually represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This is one of the best guys in the entire country, and now he's right here in St. Louis helping individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So you got any kind of IRS issue at all, this is the guy you want on your side. He's Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. You'll be saying, no, I am not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Chairman Kurt with a data point. Only 2 coaches since 1977 have won their first Super Bowl after having been on the job for 5+ years. Bill Cowher and Andy Reid. Doug, fun facts for no and tell. Bill Cowher in his 14th year, Andy Reid in his 7th.
Okay. So they were given some time to get it done. There's got to be something else at play there. Either he clashed with the owner or
there was a scathing couple of years ago, and it was a Buffalo reporter did it like a scathing takedown of how McDermott ran the building and that it was unpleasant. And there was I think with NFL teams and coaches, you can find a lot of paranoid coaches who have too many rules, overly strict. But I remember that. I have no idea if that persisted. But it was a big thing a few years ago that it was supposedly exposing the culture there. Maybe it's gotten better. Maybe it still exists. I just think owners now are looking at it. I mean, LaFleur is apparently not getting fired in Green Bay, but the reason he would, despite them basically being playoff regulars, is they don't win in the postseason. Yeah. That's all that matters right now.
You're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the program, and you can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. With today being a holiday, we may not have as much competition for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, but the point still counts the same. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is coming your way at 9:45 on the Stiefel dossier. And then we will have Gabe DeArmond coming up on the other side of our commercial break. The Colonel joining us next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new car, AutoLoanPro.com, the website to use. It's real simple. They'll get you into a new vehicle, little to no money down, going to get you the best rates possible. They're working with over 50 different lenders, so AutoLoan Pro can get it done. And it doesn't matter what the situation or circumstances, little to no money down, best rate possible despite whatever hiccups you may have had along the way. They know that financing gets complicated, especially if there's a situation on your credit report. AutoLoan Pro gets you back on track and get you into that new vehicle. They are part of the Lita family. AutoLoanPro.com, the website. Financing a car, the only thing to know is to choose the Pro. AutoLoan Pro. Get online, download the free playbook. They put that together as well. That playbook's going to educate you on how to help get the car of your choice in the future. So get your credit back on track, get a new vehicle. Doesn't matter the situation. Get on there, pick it out online at AutoLoanPro.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. We got the college football playoff national championship right here on 101 ESPN this evening with Indiana taking Miami. Pre-game at 5:30, kickoff at 6:30 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Which I live in, which is called service. Which is called service. It is called service.
Service, whatever. 2 home games this week, Doug. Gotta get them.
Oh, can I just enjoy the music for a moment?
I'm sorry.
Missouri. Missouri. Gosh, that's good stuff. And it's so attached to Gabe that I'm sure that whenever people hear that in Columbia, they look around for him.
Morning, Colonel.
What's going on? How you guys doing?
We're good. What about yourself? What's going on with you?
Just another day. It's 12 degrees. Everything's wonderful.
Are you fired up for this evening's festivities?
The national title game?
That's right.
I kind of forgot, honestly, most of the week that it was being played tonight. Like, I'll watch it. I'm interested. I hope Indiana wins, but college football is so messed up. Like, it's been free agency for 2.5 weeks. I forgot there was still a game.
I noticed that the Sharps have moved the spread. It's a story on the front page of ESPN.com that sharp money came in yesterday at 3 o'clock and moved the spread a full point from Indiana minus 8.5 to Indiana minus 7.5. So the public at 87% with their bets on Indiana. And the sharp money moved the spread down for tonight's festivities. I really, truly don't know. I feel like if Indiana's going to win, they're going to win big, and nobody's going to be paying attention by the end of the third quarter. And if Miami's going to win, they're going to be doing it in a close fashion. That's how I see it, but I've been wrong about damn near everything, so pay no attention. You got a read on this thing?
Yeah. I think I picked Indiana by 10. I think Miami's defense is good enough to keep it close, but Mendoza is a lot better than Beck, I think. And I don't know. Indiana's done it all year, so I don't know why I would pick against them in the 16th game.
Yeah, there you go.
Miami's got a very good pass rush. You think it might be their whole game plan to knock Mendoza out of the game somehow, really get up in his face and try to damage him?
I can't see a Miami team ever attempting to knock someone out of the game and have that as the goal. They're nice young fellows down there at the U. I'm sure they will gently set him on the ground and help him back up.
Look at that. How about that? That's sporting.
I wouldn't have thought that. Yep.
Gabe, I've seen a lot of people ranting about it's January 19th. We're still doing college football. Do you think the calendar, the portal is a big part of that discussion too, but does it matter to you that this game is playing this late into January?
Not really. I mean, play it when you play it. People are still going to watch. We have this thing in college football where we just have to whine about everything. And I think it could be better for sure. I still kind of miss New Year's Day growing up when I would watch like 14 straight hours of college football, but that's not what it is anymore. I'm really tired, honestly, of the big picture, the playoff expansion and the transfer portal and the calendar. I don't know. Just tell me what it's going to be, and I'll adjust my schedule accordingly. Like, I get that it's important and a lot of people care about it, but just tell me what the rules are, and I'll do whatever that is.
It sounds like you've had enough football for a while.
Just enough of the non-football, honestly. Like, I still, the games are cool. I like the portal. It's fun. It's interesting to follow the coaching carousel, all that. But all the stuff, the lawsuits and the eligibility and trying to figure out, is this kid going to play 3 years of college football or 9? And, when are the games played? I don't know. I'm tired of that part of it.
Do you think any of these college players actually go to school anymore? I mean, you never hear about anybody being academically ineligible. Is that still a part of the gig?
I mean, in theory, there are still people involved that pretend they care about biology class, and that's why the calendar is what it is. I don't know if you guys saw somebody asked Carson Beck on Friday at Media Day, like, did you have class today, blah, 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 and he's like, I've been graduated for 2 years. He's like, I'm kind of working on a couple degrees, but not really. I mean, basically, he's taking online classes to make sure he can still play college football. And, I mean, everybody thinks eventually this goes to, some form of collective bargaining and employees and all that. And it's fine with me. Like, some people think that will ruin it for them, and that's, I guess, up to every individual. I don't really care if they go to class or not.
They could maybe fix it by just making football a class, a major, majoring in football or basketball.
That's what they're majoring in, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like Tim and I had to do shifts out at KOMU twice a week or whatever it was for our major, so they just do a 10-hour shift at the football facility for their major. I skipped a lot of my classes in school too. I don't really care if they go.
Yeah. And they're making millions for the university. And what did you and Tim ever do?
We made tens of dollars for KOMU. I think.
Thank you, Colonel.
There were a minimum of 2 sponsors that never would have run their commercials on KOMU if it were not for Tim and I's efforts on Friday Night Football.
Thank you.
Okay.
That needed to be said.
Yeah.
Doug's out of line.
I just didn't realize that.
Per usual. Colonel, they were frustrated on the postgame show Saturday after the loss to LSU. Yeah. Another opportunity on another Saturday road game goes by the wayside. This one, though, not because of free throws. Your thoughts on the loss to the LSU Tigers?
They should have been frustrated. It's interesting. Like, LSU is above Missouri in KenPom and in the net, and they were favored to win that game. But that just felt like a game Missouri should have won to me. I think Missouri's better. I think they have more talent. I think the frustrating part for Missouri fans at this point, and it's not just this year, it's really been, all 4 years under Dennis Gates, is as soon as you feel like you have a little momentum, they just yank it away. You go from NCAA tournament in year 1 to losing to Princeton in 0-19. Then you beat 3 top 5 teams and you collapse down the stretch and lose to Drake. And now you go start with wins over Florida and Kentucky, and you think, hey, we got something going. And then you drop 2 games on the road to teams you should beat. So I understand the frustration, but it's also like, hey, this is a mediocre basketball team. This is what it's going to be. They're going to live around the bubble all year. There are going to be some days you think they're on the right side of it, and some days you think they're on the wrong side of it, and we'll get to the end of the season and see where they end up.
And I've got Georgia tomorrow night. Georgia ranked 21st. That'd be a tough game.
Georgia's good. It's like, I think and I'm guilty of this too. Like, we do the uniform bias and college basketball. I mean, Missouri fans think this program should be something in the SEC that honestly it's never been. And I think, well, Georgia, they're not any good at basketball. They're actually pretty good this year. But, like, I look at that as a game, even though I know Georgia's probably a better team and probably going to be favored, like, I feel like Missouri should win this game because it's at home. And I just think Missouri should be better than Georgia, even if they aren't. But this is a big – like, they need to go 2-0 this week. They've got Georgia and Oklahoma at home. We've seen what road games are in this league. Like, most teams are losing them. So you figure you need to go, like, 8-1 at home and then steal 2 or 3 on the road to make the tournament.
Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, giving us his thoughts both on Missouri football and Missouri basketball every Monday and Friday here on The Morning After. Colonel, always appreciate the time, sir. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
All right, that's Gabe DeArmond with us here on The Morning After in our 9 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreen-ws.com. DesignairHeatingandCooling.com. That's Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. And in the 9 o'clock hour, here in about a half hour, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Only 10 emails left in the month of January. And somebody is going to win a $10,000 HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp and his team. Doug, you know something about Design Air. You know something about the bold and daring Adam.
Well, yeah. I'm not sure. I don't think Adam's ever been to my house. I think Larry the Silver Fox, perhaps he has. There's also the very helpful Anthony. Don't sleep on him. But whoever you get from Design Air, they're going to know what they're doing. This is a company that's been around a long, long time, since 1904. That's when the company started here in St. Louis, and here they are now, 122 years later, still thriving and still the name that needs to come to mind if your furnace has a problem. It's going to get really cold here the next few days. If your furnace can't handle it, you got to reach out to Design Air, and Seth will get one of those guys out there to get you taken care of. They believe in honest work, too. They're never going to try to sell you something they don't need. Whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Their website is designairservice.com. Give them a call. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904 and home with a handsome repairman.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, coming up on the program at 9:45. That's on the Stiefel dossier. Now, coming up, we will hear from Bill DeWitt on the Cardinals and what he would not call a rebuild as he addressed the media at the winter warm-up. You will hear from the Cardinal owner next on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is our time. This is our time. Get that 12 drink. We are the Cardinals. We want to win.
Not necessarily, but maybe here in the next few years. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, winter warm-up. You were down there getting autographs.
I missed it. There was too much good football on. I spent a lot of years at that thing, though.
So did I. Martin, I'm sure you've done a lot of warm-upping.
I remember an Edmonds get-together at the media, and in the background, there was like a Peyton Manning Colts game, and Jim's giving answers. Yeah, Martin, what happened in the game? He interrupts his own thought because all they cared about was the football playoffs. They moved it to Busch Stadium in recent years, and God, it would have to. I know there's parts of it it's indoors, but you're still walking around the concourse. It had to be cold as.
I thought it was Ballpark Village.
Well, they have some events at Ballpark Village, but a lot of the stations are still set up over at Busch Stadium, and man, it could be cold.
I bet.
But it's baseball, Doug. It'll warm your heart.
Sure it will.
Here is, well, Jackson, you cut all the odds. This Jack, I was saying this in the commercial break. He comes in on Sundays. I texted him yesterday, and I said, hey, I don't know if you watched any of the DeWitt family press conference, but there's some good stuff in there. And he goes, yeah, I was already in at the station earlier today. And I go, look at this effing guy. Look at this effing guy.
If I come in, you come in on a Sunday, especially on a busy sports weekend, it makes your Monday morning a lot easier. And it's you come in for 45 minutes on a Sunday, can make a world of difference come, daybreak on Monday.
This is a little champion right here, and I want everybody to know it. I had no idea you did that.
Yeah, it's just a way to make it a little easier.
I would think with technology being where it is, you could do some of this stuff at home.
Cutting audio is best done here. I could,
Cutting audio is best
in theory,
done here.
do it at home, but it's just best. And I live pretty close, so it's not bad.
All
right, Papers. Whatever you think is best, you set it up for us.
Well, I think the build-rebuild thing is of the most interest. So here's Bill DeWitt Jr. talking about the outlook for 2026.
Heim's a draft into. Yep. Well, when you say rebuild, it's build. I don't know about rebuild, but Heim's a draft and development GM or president of baseball ops. His history with Tampa Bay was really good. The Red Sox made some great moves there, and we're on the same page with what he plans to do, which is build, don't give up draft choices, try to accumulate draft choices. And, it could take some time, hopefully not long. And, we're excited. Our system's good. I mean, I'm sure you guys read Baseball America. They had us #1. Not advocating and saying that's true, but they did. But we do have a good system. Got some good young players coming, so it's exciting.
So he said it's a build, not a rebuild.
God, I swear I heard a clip where he said the word rebuild, and obviously not in that clip there, and maybe it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Same thing.
But it's interesting if they finally say it, because they've been, I think, trying to avoid saying that. Now, the Baseball America ranking, a lot of that has been tilted by Liam Doyle, J.J. Weatherholt. You're picking in the top 10 the last couple of years. That's helped. But I would hope that they're on board with Chaim Bloom's plan because they hired him. I mean, I would think it's kind of a collective.
How much do we like this guy? We hired him.
And when he's shipping $31 million off to pay Nolan Arenado to play somewhere else, that's got to go through the ownership, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All the and Chaim Bloom has said with each of these transactions, Contreras and Gray and then Arenado, he was appreciative that ownership signed off on the money.
Now, somebody, Martin, did you watch the whole thing too? By chance?
Did not.
I don't recall who asked this question, but I really liked the question because I think it's an important question to ask. Bill DeWitt Jr., do you know his age off the top?
I'm going to say he's mid-80s.
84,
okay.
Thank you. Was asked the state of his role with the ownership, the state of the ownership, and any transition to his son, who joined him at the press conference, and here is what he had to say.
Well, we're our families, and I'll count my father in this, been in baseball a long time, and I think it will continue. That's the plan. Obviously, I'm getting to an age where I'm not going to be around forever. Bill III is at a perfect age to continue on for a long time. So, that's our goal. We're, baseball people and third generation here and probably fourth underneath them coming along somewhere. So, we're here.
It's Bill DeWitt Jr.
I think there's a grandson who's in Mr. DeWitt's grandson who's in the scouting department. I think that's what he was loosely referencing there.
Should that be the slogan for the 2026 Cardinals? We're here.
Yeah,
we're here.
Well, I hope they're still here. I'll give a shout out to the DeWitts. They've been fabulous owners for a long time. They've run on a couple rough years here lately, but they've done a great job as stewards of this franchise.
You've said enough to get your rights holder merit.
Okay, well, that's what I was going for. If you ever met the DeWitts, they're wonderful people. They're very nice people. They've done great work with the Cardinals over the years. So I hope that it stays in that family and they stay the owners.
I know you have expressed concern, not like a Rams situation, but that, with the state of the franchise, the lack of attendance, the television situation, the state, or more specifically, depending on your perspective, the perception of people wanting to go downtown for baseball games, all of those factors, and would the DeWitts want to sell, and then any additional fear that the team would move. In watching that yesterday, and listening, some of which the audience just heard when Jackson played it, I sense none of that going on. I realize I'm probably saying something that's rather obvious, but for those who do wonder about that, for longtime TMA listeners, this is redundant, but we know we have a bunch of new listeners now with being on 101 ESPN. Martin, when Jeff Fisher was hired in 2012, we did the program the next day, and I said, Doug, what was your reaction to that press conference yesterday? And Doug's reaction, well, the Rams are moving. Mm-hmm. That was January of 2012. That was also the last time Stan Kroenke spoke in St. Louis publicly. So, in other words, sometimes you can be giving away things with thinking that you might not be. And in this case, I did not sense that at all. I think this family is committed to continuing to be owners of the franchise. And therefore, from that standpoint, I don't anticipate St. Louis having something to worry about in the near future.
No.
They also talked about the state of the stadium and how they're going to have to update that because the building is now 20 years old.
Yeah. No, I don't anticipate it happening anytime in the near future. But I just think it's something to keep your eye out on when there's cities like Nashville and Austin that are growing at a furious pace and becoming bigger than ours and much more vibrant than ours and could lure a team to one of those cities. I think we got to be cognizant of that and do everything we can to help the Cardinals thrive.
No, I think you have to be aware of that possibility. I do think MLB would have a really hard time approving the Cardinal franchise leaving St. Louis. I do wonder down the road, years and years from now, after Mr. DeWitt, the junior, the longtime owner, when he has passed, is there anything written that says it stays in the family? Or, if I'm Bill the Third and it's 10 years down the road from now and they're still struggling with attendance, to your point, Doug, maybe then you sell. But I feel like the sell narrative, whenever it happens, people will say, I knew it. They've owned the team for nearly 30 years. But whenever they do sell, people say, I told you they were going to sell. And if you talk to Mr. DeWitt at all, he is still passionate, and I know he's a low-key at the podium guy, but he still talks baseball all the time. Mm-hmm. If you say something to him right now about the Brewers and say, well, they have a tremendous AAA team, like he's still really into it as an owner. Like the game means something to him, and I think he's being sincere when he wants this franchise to always be. Now, I'm sure people are saying, we don't want you to own it. We want you to sell. Get out. I know there's a lot of that out there, too. But I think he's sincere in saying we want this team in our family for a long time.
Yeah. Well, the DeWitts are extremely wealthy even without the Cardinals. It's not like they're waiting to cash in and now they can have a better lifestyle because they sold the team. That's not a concern. I see he's worth an estimated worth of $4 billion, and about a little over $2 billion of that is with the Cardinals. He also owns 63 Arby's franchises and a Cincinnati-based U.S. playing card company worth an estimated $120 million. So if they were to sell just to cash out, it's not going to change their lifestyle or anything. So I would think they would really want to keep it in the DeWitt family name. Why wouldn't you?
Maybe we should start a playing card company today. You want to do that, or you want to wait till tomorrow?
Yes.
All right, Martin, you in?
Sure.
Nice.
I mean, every home has got 5 decks of cards, don't they? Everybody's got a deck of cards.
But for like the king card, it would be Tim sitting there.
Oh, you son of a...
Couple phone books.
Doug,
The
obviously.
TMA.
Yeah, Doug would obviously be the queen.
Oh!
Me for Jack. Makes
Snipe.
perfect sense.
Martin,
Am I
you're
the
ace.
Joker?
Instruction card.
But what could be more fun for a family that's very wealthy than owning a professional sports franchise? What are you going to do that's going to be more fun than that?
Would be my dream.
Yeah,
What would you
mine
want to
too.
own?
Basketball team.
And you'd move it to St. Louis.
Yep.
And that's what it was always.
There, I'd be
Wealthy,
like Mark Cuban down the floor.
wealthy people bought teams just for fun. But along the way, many have bought them as investments or ways to make money, which kind of sucks the fun out of it.
Well, with the valuations being where they are for pro sports teams.
Doug, you're taking the high hard one from the 573. Jackson,
Okay.
is that Columbia? Is that
That
Jeff
is
City?
Columbia.
I'm not sure what incentive you have to talk about the DeWitts as awesome owners. However, the consensus is that they do not care about the product on the field. They continue to raise ticket prices and be cheap with the roster. Bill DeWitt has completely lost touch with baseball and how to build a winner. It is a joke and a disservice to the listeners for you to continue to push this narrative.
It's a consensus.
I just
That's
disagree
a
with
straw poll.
most of what he said. They had a payroll for many, many years well beyond their market size. He's not the one building the roster. The roster was built by Mazalok and the people under him. He can't blame Bill DeWitt Jr. for all the trades and the free agent signings that went against him. He was the one giving the money to do that.
I will join Doug in saying that I think that that Bill DeWitt Jr. will go down as one of, if not the greatest owner of a St. Louis sports team in the history of this city. And you can text in and MF me and say I'm holding rights or whatever you want. It's A-OK. 314-399-9646. And I will happily stand by that opinion.
They've had a couple of down years. It happens to almost every franchise.
It got stale on their watch for sure. And I think looking back, the Mozeliak marriage, in terms of giving a lot of autonomy there that allowed things to get kind of stale, I think they would probably be honest and say, yeah, it did. It got kind of stale on our watch, but for a while there when they had it humming. And I think a lot of it, too, is they don't meddle, right? I mean, a lot of, you wouldn't want to work for Jerry Jones because he's going to meddle. So right now, Chaim Bloom's got a lot of juice. Before that, Mozeliak, a lot of juice. Before that, Walton Tony. So they kind of largely say, okay, you are in charge of this. We will weigh in. We obviously have final say on matters, but they largely let these guys do their job. And when Mozeliak started swinging and missing a bunch, they just kind of kept letting him do his job.
They have spent terribly. That is the issue. I realize it's a wonderful populist narrative to attack rich people for being miserly and saying they should spend and lose money. But the reality is they actually have spent money. They have just done so poorly, in particularly over the last decade, which is why they are in the position that they are in. What I think you can be critical of is, A, allowing it to continue. And that's why I oftentimes draw the parallel between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Cardinals, in that they just want continuity and value continuity in the front office and in the dugout. But over the last 7 years, you have seen a wide variety of people managing the Cardinals, whereas before you could go back, it was kind of Steelers-esque. It was Whitey, Torrey, La Russa. That'll take you from, 80, 81 to 2011.
Mm-hmm. With just a couple of brief interim skippers, Mike Jorgensen.
Red Chaney's.
And Chaney's. But, yeah, that was just until they hired someone else full-time. Yeah, we got spoiled. They were so good for so long that now, as soon as a team has a hiccup here for a couple of years, everyone wants to blame the owner. I don't get it.
Tim is a freaking nut hugger. Sell the team and bring in a WNBA. That's from the 314.
Maybe in this town soft.
Oh, gosh.
So they want to swap the Cardinals for the WNBA. Are they in a lockout papers? Are we in a lockout right
I think
now?
they're on the doorstep of it.
Okay.
Okay, so we don't want a WNBA team instead of the Cardinals. Not just in addition to. This guy wants the Cardinals out and the WNBA team in.
I'll probably stick with the Redbirds.
You're going to stick with the Redbirds there?
Yeah, and a bold play on my part.
Look at you. Wow, nobody saw that coming.
Yeah.
Picking an MLB franchise in your town over the WNBA.
I keep you on your toes.
I've said this before about, and maybe it is wealth envy, whatever, if the Cardinals put out their all of their papers, the books were open, wide open, and after all the expenses, everybody's paid. Let's say they made $40 million last year, or $50 million last year, whatever it is. People are like, made $40, $50 million, must be nice. But a pitcher can make $35 million and have an ERA of 4.5. Nobody cares.
No.
Third baseman can hit .210 and make $35 million. Nobody cares.
Well, I think people care.
Well, but I mean, about the money.
They don't blame them.
It doesn't bother them
Right.
that a player could make a ton of money and underproduce, but if the franchise made 20 or 30 or 40 million, they'd be like, I knew it.
I knew it. They're running a profit. Damn them.
That's the part I don't understand. Now, you want them to be better at the business of baseball, picking the players, spending money properly, of course. But I think if they make money, fine. Who cares?
For the record, I maybe this will surprise some people, but this is not unique to St. Louis, specifically to the sport of baseball. There are Yankees fans complaining that the Steinbrenners aren't spending money right now. I gather there are a healthy percentage of fans across baseball, because there is no cap, that want every owner to go Steve Cohen and just go, okay, I'm going to lose $250 million, but I want to bring a world championship in. And since you're a billionaire, you can afford to lose that money. So who cares? And I mean, that's wonderful that Steve Cohen does that, but usually people aren't going to operate that way. So, until you find a Steve Cohen who's willing to do that, you're in a spot where most of the people who own these franchises now, as opposed to however many years ago you would go back where they were family businesses, they run them like they're other businesses that allowed them to accumulate as much wealth as they now have to be in a position to buy an entity that is going to be at least $1 billion, and in many cases, multiple $1 billion. And so they are run like a business. And most businesses gear toward profit. Damn them.
Mm-hmm. And if you want the Cardinals to be run like the Mets or the Dodgers, it's just not going to happen.
Well, the Dodgers are operating at a profit, but then that gets back into the socioeconomics, which they did talk about in yesterday's press conference. And Bill DeWitt III, who I thought was really good in that. I don't know if that's a soundbite that you have, Papers.
He talked about the disparity growing.
Yeah, and he goes, this is one of the most critical moments in the sport. I know you have the TV thing.
Yeah,
that's fine. I mean, hey, you came in on Sunday.
And the TV thing, he said they're still talking to FanDuel, still at the table, potentially accepting something with them, and still talking to MLB about their production.
Sharon and Clayton and Harrison's brother Master are both on the side of the DeWitts. Boy, this alliance that they have, Doug. This just in. The poors hate the rich. That's it. Mm-hmm. And then Harrison's brother Master says they are great owners. People in St. Louis, or America for that matter, hate rich people. They fail to realize owners provide about 95% of people with their jobs. I also think a lot of people are really dumb. You're rich. You must be a bad person. Idiots. That's from Harrison's brother Master.
Well, there's some truth
Instead
to
of
what he just
targeting
said.
us, now he's targeting people at home. I like that. A little shift. So he didn't get a little Ray Liotta treatment.
No, he's close.
Is he close?
Close, though.
Email in. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. A point. Only 10 left for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month standings. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. You can watch the show on the TMA STL YouTube channel and talk it over with other listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You can always listen on 101 ESPN. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Like, is this Miley Mile?
I don't know.
Dolly P.
I know, but is this Miley Mile doing a tribute to Dolly Parton? And that's her godmother? Am I right on that?
I don't know about that.
Beyonce also did a cover of this song.
Whose was better?
Probably the original is probably just always the best. Her birthday today, Dolly Parton.
Oh,
it's all connected.
We're supposed to guess.
Yeah, of course. It's a tradition unlike any other.
77.
81.
I'm going to go 80.
Tim is right. She's officially an octogenarian today, 80 years old for Dolly Parton.
Boy, she looks great for 80.
Boy, howdy.
Looks great.
I needed that. That was big.
Talk about connections. How about Cole Kmet? His uncle is Jeff Scanina. Former Ram. How about that?
With the big calves.
Yeah, Cole Kmet's mom, Jeff Scanina's sister. It's a big Chicago nugget.
Okay.
But they didn't win. So they should probably fire their coach.
I saw that Fighting Irish bunch play in South Bend, Doug. Was that 2019 when they beat New Mexico? Did they score 66 points and Chase Claypool had a big game? Whatever happened to Chase Claypool?
I don't know.
And on that team, Kyron Williams playing for the Rammies last night, and Cole Kmet playing for the Bears. And, of course, Harrison Mevis, not in South Bend, of course, but in Columbia, Missouri, and he has the game-winning kick. Jackson, you have audio of his interview on the field?
Yeah, so it's thought to be that he might have dropped a curse word during it.
No, not a Missouri Tiger.
So in the I guess in the truck, I think they scrambled his response because it's pure gibberish.
Oh, yeah, I heard that. I said,
but I'll let people decide for themselves. Here's the thicker kicker following his game-winning field goal.
Pre-gaming, you said, I'm used to these elements. This is backyard football. What was it like in that moment?
Shoot, that's why we do it, man. That's why we do it.
Is that what you want it to come down to?
Yeah, I mean, preferably this guy gets in the end zone, but, you know, if it has to come down to me, I'll be ready for my moment, so.
Okay.
So I saw the unedited version. I thought he said shoot right out of the gate. Some debated, well, did it sound like the other SH word? So they must have hit their version of dump, which is to scramble the audio, confuse the Jesus out of everybody watching. And then he said shoot again later. I thought he said shoot. I doubt that his first reaction would be to say SH. The unedited audio does exist, and I think the man is saying shoot.
It's unfortunate he had his big moment. He'll be hard-pressed to beat that moment at any point in his career.
Probably 40 million people still watching at that point. The Missouri kicker gets scrambled with his audio because everybody's freaked out that he might have said a word that Nick Saban will say 10 times tonight.
That's correct. Yeah,
and like, for some reason, that word, oh my
God. The recovering alcoholic does. Tim, ask Pale about parking. What happened with parking?
I think he's alluding to something that I don't know. Do
you have a parking problem?
No.
Where'd you go this weekend?
I didn't go anywhere. Well, I mean, I went somewhere, but I didn't go anywhere.
You didn't want to pay to park? I like free parking.
I don't understand why am I on the stand here?
You're trying to change the subject now, aren't you?
No, I don't know what he's talking about.
What happened with the parking?
What parking?
The parking. A long-time sponsor.
I know, and I love him.
What happened?
He's looking to something that like two people know about. It wouldn't be funny on the air, and there's no point in doing it.
No, there was something.
Yeah, but it's like not now. And now I've done so thank you.
You in trouble?
No, I'm not in trouble.
Oh, someone's in trouble.
So you did do something this weekend?
No. This would have happened Thursday.
Okay.
Whatever it was happened.
Why, this is cryptic. Cryptic as the day is long is what it is. All right, Doug. I don't know. We'll bail Jackson out and do the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day.
Where's the music?
You are really sidetracked.
Relax.
Only 10 emails of the day remaining in the month of January. Currently, the incel at the other end of the couch has 2 wins. Everybody else who has won only has 1. Big point up for snatch grabs today. Hey, sexy boys. Cougar Hunter Jake here. Appreciate the votes the other day. I think the plan to have Jackson and I hit the town is a fabulous one. There hasn't been a match this fantastic since Doug and I were rolling dirty in his Lexus up to Harry's. I name-dropped the hell out of him on that back patio, and the girls loved him. He was more popular than new cat in a MAC-filled room of CBC grads.
I don't understand that.
I got labeled new cat.
Oh!
By papers, I think, or somebody.
I didn't know what that meant.
I forgot along the way. New cat.
It was so great that you got it, and then I now know it. Okay, you're the new cat.
I think a caller said that one day.
Got it. Jackson's appreciation for older ladies like Charlize will be needed, since a cougar to me is now in the 62 to 68-year-old range. Yum. I can sweet talk the cotton tops about threesomes. The cotton tops, Doug, you
What's
like
that supposed to mean?
Jackson?
I have no idea.
Is this audio getting scrambled like Harrison Mevis? Is that what just happened?
The cotton tops about threesomes and foursomes, while Jackson helps sign them up for Medicare plans. At some point, he'll clear his throat, and we'll take them back to his apartment, enjoy a nice cobbler and Salisbury steak, and reminisce about Pope's Cafeteria. Sign me up, Jackie, baby. I'll see you at Filoni's next Friday. P.S. Where's Freak Nasty Sugar Cookies? P-Hump, Blueberry Pop Pop, Plops. I miss them all. Doug, that's from Cougar Hunter Jake, and he goes on hot laps.
Cougar Hunter Jake. I looked up a cotton top, someone with a very light or white hair, often due to aging.
Like a Q-tip.
Jackson, is that your kink? And we don't kink shame.
No. Big hair is what I like.
Cotton top.
Hey, boys, the husband was home with COVID all weekend, which meant I watched a lot of football. Being a Bills fan has to be tough. Kind of like being an Oregon State women's soccer player, or at least the one who played Hey Diddle Diddle in the corner while a bride-to-be and maid of honor tag teamed a gentleman in Las Vegas. It's a true story. Always in the middle of things, somehow still left out of the big game. Tragic consistency. What I don't understand is why, when wives get sick, life continues as usual, but when men get sick, they're suddenly Victorian children. This man baby did absolutely nothing all weekend. Nothing. Laid in bed like a fallen hero. At one point, I considered secretly doubling his NyQuil dose purely for peace and quiet. Purely joking, Doug. But instead, I just listened to the bell he somehow acquired and rang every 12 minutes like I was working room service at the Ritz. Gotta run, being called again. Go Hoosiers. That's from Sharon D.
Sharon D., a gentleman.
Tim must be a distant cousin of Vasily Alexeyev.
Vasily Alexeyev? I feel your pain.
Because he unquestionably did all the heavy lifting on today's show. But this email is about one of my fantasies. He comes in my diner early in the morning after summing up televised athletic contests. He turns the front door sign around to closed. Dressed to the nines, blue eyes and socks matching his blue-collar Van Heusen. I'm wired. Time to blow off some steam. Next thing I know, I'm as naked as the day I was born. You're a damn good fry cook. Here's your reward. Then his magical man hands had me pulling a Stretch Armstrong, and my feet were wrapped behind my head.
Oh.
Died by his blue earbuds. Doug, you're wearing blue earbuds.
Oh. Is this Kevin Miller?
No, the last name is Michael, Mike, and then the last name is Hum.
Michael, Mike, and then the last name is Hum.
That's correct.
Michael, Mike. Michael, Mike, I don't get it.
I think he got you where you wanted to.
Okay.
Sadie Hawkins, Doug, Caleb Williams threw a humdinger of a game-saving touchdown pass after running backwards 25 yards, but the clock struck midnight on the Bears season as they lost to the Rams in overtime. Josh Allen and the Bills lost again in agonizing fashion, thanks largely to a Rorschach test of an interception call. The Blues lost 5-0 in Edmonton, so we'll avoid discussing them any more than we're contractually obligated. The Billikens were inspired by Tim's presence to beat the Spiders for their 11th straight win, to the delight of the Baldwin Beer Bitch, who feels free to drop it at any time to tell Doug to watch the gay hockey show. And what is that called again?
Heated rivalry.
Heated rivalry.
Okay, I'm not watching that.
Meanwhile, Mizzou Hoops lost to LSU, but they remain tied for second with the Billikens in Libby Jack's power rankings, which Tim keeps asking him about because it's hilarious to watch people get fired up about arbitrary college basketball rankings in January. But I think the lead is that after the Rascal Flatts concert, Don Mattingly said it makes him think Libby Jack, working at TMA Remote, was in that body and managing the board with all the audio issues. Breaking news, local sound guy who identifies as the 618 is reporting that there weren't any audio issues with Rascal Flatts. They're just horrible. Their music sucks. Is that a new report? That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recessed Ladies Breast.
Buck Swope.
There is nothing quite so disarming as Tim supporting ownership and telling us listeners to call in or text him and MF him, giving the number. It makes me feel the same way as when my pear-shaped ex-wife...
Oh, pear-shaped? There's no way to introduce your wife.
Ex-wife. Used to tell me that she was ready for sex and Mr. Droopy would reappear with vengeance. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Not Going the Extra Mile by Coming into the Office on Sundays.
Shooter McGavin.
A poem about a man named Doug. Doug logs onto Facebook nightly with glee, watching AI clips of liberals yelling at his TV. Spoon deep in tapioca, he nods like a sage. Truth, he declares, pudding splashed on the page. He'll fiercely defend Bill DeWitt's sacred rights, then log off dessert first, feeling smugly polite. That's from Whistle Snoot 3000.
Whistle Snoot 3000.
And finally, so the big title tilt pits teams from the Big 18 League against the BCC, both coast conference. College football is in chaos, but at least it hasn't been hit with basketball's betting scandals. Yet, the FBI apparently has the goods on the hoopsters charged with point shaving because if circumstantial evidence was enough, the Oregon quarterback would be checked into the Gray Bar Hotel and trying not to, and then it gets a little vivid. Doug, that's from... He doesn't have a name.
Doesn't have a name. Makes it tough for us to vote for you.
Doesn't have a name.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. We will announce the winner coming up at 10:55. We close out the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our 10 o'clock hour, coming up next. Martin is headed to onboarding here on the holiday. We are headed into the 10 o'clock hour. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Rockets defeat the Pelicans last night, 119-110. And in his 18-point effort, Kevin Durant passes Dirk Nowitzki for 6th all-time scoring in NBA history. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Boom. Hard not to get fired up on a Monday morning when you hear this, Doug. It's Monday morning in St. Louis.
All right. I'm ready to go. Who is this?
Mark Wahlberg.
It's pretty good, though.
I guess
they'll be playing this in the Miami locker room tonight.
The song could be good, perhaps with a different vocalist.
I think he was intentionally singing poorly.
Okay.
Bow! Bow! Bow!
I think.
I hope.
That was Dirk Diggler trying to turn into pop music.
Okay.
With John C. Riley.
Yeah.
They'll join us tomorrow in studio. It's TMA 101 ESPN Design Air, sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour here on the program. Hey, welcome back to Appliance Discounters, Doug. Longtime TMA sponsor back on board and sponsor of Doug's suspension logule. TMA listeners, Appliance Discounters has an exclusive deal just for you. Come in to Appliance Discounters, and you are going to receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. How about that? That could be a lot of money.
It's a nice hit.
I'm telling you. That's right. 5% instant savings off Appliance Discounters' already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Now you know why. They are called the Appliance Discounters. That's 5% for TMA listeners. Sweet mother of mercy.
That's a lot. Sure it is.
Telling you.
This place means business, especially when they sponsor the suspension law. They're not just playing around.
They
anymore.
want justice, it sounds like.
I think they do.
Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months, interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis with 7 St. Louis area locations: Afton, Baldwin, Concord Plaza, Earth City, Maplewood, St. Charles, or shop online at theappliancediscounters.com. That's theappliancediscounters.com. So when you contact this program, just know that you could be suspended in the Appliance Discounters suspension log.
The suspension won't feel good, but going to Appliance Discounter certainly will.
No.
That's a little pick-me-up.
No, it's a nice kick in the backside. Jackson, they are set up shop outside of Hard Rock Stadium in Hollywood, Florida. Doug, is that just off I-95?
It is.
And
I think it's actually Miami Gardens, Florida.
I never know. It just kind of pops up, and it's
Hollywood.
right by the Seminole Casino.
Hollywood's
the guitar.
where the Panthers play, right?
I thought that was Sunrise. Hell, I don't know. We just call it Miami anyway.
Okay.
But what do you think, Papers, about the Sharps coming in and moving the line a full point yesterday at the Riakalaka?
I do not care.
Wow.
Indiana minus 13.5.
Wow, he alt-lined it, too, because the number is 7.5. He doesn't want 7.5. He wants better odds at 13.5.
I want 13.5. Yeah, I just think Indiana is head and shoulders better than Miami, certainly, but pretty much every team in the playoffs this year.
Certainly looked that way so far.
They have a quarterback who doesn't make many mistakes, offensive line who dominates, and a defense who preys upon the mistake. And Carson Beck in a big game, although, in fairness, he has an outstanding record just in his college career, I just think Indiana is too well-oiled.
I want to pose a question that I recognize as crowdsourcing, and I also don't think anybody really has the answer to. But I'm going to ask it anyway.
Okay.
So I'm asking everybody here on the dais and in the audience, both I'll look up at the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and in the Air Comfort Service text inbox for these responses. Does anybody recall at all what the mindset was? It would be 6 years ago now when LSU was taking on Clemson. That was the national championship game. It was not real memorable. LSU beat the living hell out of them. LSU was viewed as the team that Indiana is now being compared to, except they, in the moment, people thought of them as having star power, and I don't think that Indiana's viewed that way, even though they both had Heisman Trophy winning quarterbacks. That LSU team had Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, amongst others, along with Joe Burrow. And the reason I ask it is not only was LSU great, they also were trending at that time like Indiana. Because right now, the counter to the public betting, and I think people believe this, but maybe they're just doing the Colin Cowherd thing where you say the opposite of what everybody else is saying, is, well, look at what Indiana did against Penn State. That's the best comp. You know, that's what Miami's going to do tonight. Look at Indiana. They had trouble with Iowa. And both those things are accurate, but both those things also took place more than 2 months ago. Now, the other side of it is the last time Miami lost by more than 7 points, or 7 points or more, it was November of 2023. So even though Miami's had some losses, and certainly some losses to some lesser teams, they aren't getting blown off the field. In other words, their style that Cristobal coaches with the dominating play that they've had in the trenches makes it difficult for them to get blown out. And again, I have financial interest in Miami, so I am going to try to reason my way through how I want to handle this evening. I mean, I can bet to a sure profit. It just reduces the profit substantially by taking Indiana, because Indiana is minus 320 on the money line. But the line has dropped to Indiana minus 7.5. And I'm trying to wrap my mind around that. So specific to that LSU-Clemson game, have you guys found anything on that? I'd be curious if people were thinking that Clemson could win that game. I did not. I thought LSU was going to beat the living hell out of them. I'm not as sure on this one, but I keep saying I have financial interest in it because I recognize I have to acknowledge my bias. It's like when I talk about Notre Dame, I don't really care, but my family cares, and so I know I might have some bias.
Oh, I see.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't remember at the time thinking that LSU was just a completely unbeatable team. You look at who they have now, and some of it's because the guys have been so good in the NFL too that, man, they really did have some players on that team, and they did. But at the time, I don't remember them thinking no one's got a chance against LSU. And I kind of think that way right now about Indiana.
You don't feel like...
I don't think anybody could play with Indiana right now.
The spread was 5.5 on that game, for the record. I did think that in the moment. I thought that was a world beater. So that's the thing that I'm trying to... Like, if I didn't have the futures bet that I have, I think I'd be betting Indiana heavy tonight and laying the points, by the way. I don't know. And because of my futures bet, I've watched almost every snap of Miami in the playoff, and that means a pretty good size sample here. I mean, you're talking about winning at A&M, beating Ohio State 24-10. Indiana beat them 13-10. That's another thing that those who are on Miami keep pointing to, but I think sometimes that can be kind of a misnomer on those when the margin is, it's not like they stopped them and it was a late touchdown. I don't know, Ohio State was kind of in a mode where they were trying to save clock. I don't know. And then the Ole Miss game. And I think Miami may have played its perfect game against Ohio State. I tend to think you're going to see more of what you saw against Ole Miss when Miami's playing tonight. And in addition to that, Miami has some real injury questions, whereas Indiana's about as healthy as you can be, considering this is their, 16th game of the season. And they've, played some big-time football here over the last few weeks. Yeah. So I'm trying to... because I'm like you guys, you ask me what I could bet if I weren't, in the spot that I'm in. It's a good spot to be in, don't get me wrong, but I would take Indiana and I would lay the points. So I don't know, because if Miami gets up, it's a different conversation. But if/when Miami falls behind, I don't trust Mario Cristobal and Shannon Dawson to run an offense that allows them to continue to do what they're going to need to do, which is just hammer the run and run maybe about 60 plays in the game to shorten the game.
Yeah.
That's what I think they need to do. And in addition to that, on the other side of the ball, Fernando Mendoza makes NFL quarterback throws. He puts the ball in a spot that the defense can't get to. Now, maybe Miami's pressure will force him to make some mistakes, but it's not like he's played against, awful teams.
Right.
No. Right. And I think in a perfect world for me, Miami comes out, scores on the first possession. They get
Field
the ball,
goal?
they score a touchdown on the first possession on a scripted drive. But maybe Malachi Toney breaks one because he is a game changer. He's an absolute game changer. Then I live bet Indiana even more. That would be my hope, is that Miami comes out and scores first. Then
That's the worst case scenario for me. Oh, no, that is what I need, actually. I do need that because then I can get Indiana.
Right, then you can live bet Indiana.
Right.
I bet the numbers are still going to be heavily favored.
Yes, you're exactly right. It would need to get to 14 because I was watching it when Ohio State was down 14-0, and I still think Ohio State was a slight favorite.
Right. Yeah. You're going to need to get that. But honestly, any positive I can get for Indiana, I think they're going to roll them.
Miami has such a good pass rush. It wouldn't surprise me if they give Indiana and Mendoza a struggle in the early going. But it's hard to keep that up for 4 quarters. And I think over time, Indiana will wear them down. It may not come quickly, but by the time it's over, I think Indiana will be all right.
It's a screw-up that the number 10 team is playing against the number 1 team. This should be Indiana versus Oregon tonight. That's from the 636.
Well, they earned it. Miami earned it. They beat a good Texas A&M team. They beat Ohio State. They beat Ole Miss. What do you want from them?
And we got Indiana, Oregon, and it wasn't even a ball game.
Tim, sounds like you're in a tough spot. How are you hedging your ticket? That's from Dino Bravo. I have not made a decision. I put Doug 12%, 11.7 to be exact, percent of a hedge of my total potential prize on Ole Miss. So I still have, what do you call it, dry powder, low-hanging fruit? What are those terms that Cardinal fans like?
I think it's low-hanging fruit's the one that got him.
And interestingly, I was having this conversation with my wife after we were hanging out at that JJ Twiggs on the South Side following the Billikens game. And she had a couple of libations, and she was shooting from the hip. And she goes, "Oh, we're going to talk about this again." And I said, "It's either this or lesbianism." So
your choice.
That's all I got.
Dealer's choice.
Thank you. And she goes, I don't even know why you hedged in the first place. You saw value, you made the right play, so you just run with it. And I'm like, God, that's so interesting that you see it that way, because in my mind, I just want to assure profit.
Should be your only goal, I think.
But she was, and I think some of the people who have done very well in business, and they're also gamblers, there's not a chance in the world they would hedge.
Really?
So it's, oh, hell no. You think...
Well, yeah, but I don't know. Well,
so it's because again, it was the bet is 2 $25 bonus bets.
Right.
I have nothing in it.
Right. But
and to be clear, because my brother Danny texted me. He goes, "Hey, I got some people who want to know what you would win." I go, "What? They want returns as well?" But just for the record, it's 4 figures. It's not like it's like life-changing money. It'd be a nice hit. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. So then I sit there and I go, okay, but to me, but the problem is the price to bet Indiana. If I bet $1,000 on Indiana, I only win like $300.
Right.
That's kind of effed.
Right. And that would really bite into. I get that. It's unfortunate it came out that, like, if it was Oregon playing in that line,
it changes. It would have been like minus 140.
Yeah. So then that would have completely changed it from your perspective, or you might just be more inclined to ride it out. With this, I think you kind of have to just
hedge.
I think so. Because yes, you would lose out on bonus bets that didn't cost you anything, $25. Who cares? But the money you could have made while hedging is sitting out there.
I just, in general, not specific to my situation, the mindset. From my standpoint, it's like, okay, I can guarantee a profit.
Right.
And the profit, but then I'm like, I'll take that profit and then I'll build it into more when I see value.
Right.
The other bets that I make are like these little $10 things throughout the week. It's like, who gives a damn? But you build it up when you see an edge like this. And the edge that I saw was that Miami, I thought, was likely to get into the playoff. I didn't think they would win it. I just thought they were likely to get in. And so when I got them at plus 15,000, I'm like, well, that's the value. That's the play. If Miami was at plus 1,500, I never bet it. So That's it. These pop up every once in a while, and when they do, your edge is that then you can make your move when the number drops precipitously. I don't know.
Well, one thing you can bet on is that Schaefer door will be there if you have any kind of problem with your garage door.
I might call Jason Gosfrow and see what he would do, because that's the guy that would know.
He's a wise old soul. He's built a great company with Schaefer Door Company. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new install with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. One thing Schaefer Door has is that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend for whatever reason. That's usually when they go sour. And Schaefer Door's got people on call, ready to go on Monday morning to get you taken care of. They also service those huge commercial doors. If you run a business or a warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. Service techs are not commission-based, so they're not going to try to sell you a brand new door if you don't need it. The business has multiple family members that have worked there for many years, are big enough to handle any kind of job, small enough that you talk to a real person when you call them on the phone. The website is schaeferdoor.com. I'm going to go ahead and spell Schaefer now.
Do it!
That's capital SCHAEFER, schaeferdoor.com, or you could call or text them at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There it is. Schaefer Door, a sponsor of the podcast here on The Morning After. It is TMA. We will announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day coming up at approximately 10:55, and BK and Ferrario will take it over coming up at 11 o'clock, 11 to 2. Then the Fast Lane from 2 to 6 p.m., and that'll lead into 101 ESPN's live broadcast of Miami and Indiana from Sunrise, Miami Gardens,
Miami
Hollywood.
Gardens, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that used to be where the Marlins played, and then they redid it, and they put, like, tents on it.
Something like that, yeah. So the Marlins built their own place.
Was that thing around when you were down in Miami, or was that?
Yeah, it was there.
What was it really?
Yeah, it was Joe Robbie's stadium at the time. He was a long-time owner. Robbie family lost it due to inheritance taxes.
Oh, similar to Georgia Frontier's children.
Yeah, he got in the NFL with Danny Thomas as his partner.
Oh, the singer?
Uh-huh. Well, singer, comedian, yeah. Way back in...
Entertainer, extraordinary.
Entertainer. I guess late 60s or early 70s one. You know, paid next to nothing for the franchise. And then by the time he passed away, it was worth hundreds of millions. And his family couldn't afford to pay the inheritance tax on that.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, it's fair.
You can give your thoughts on estate taxes if you'd like. 314-399-9646. You can also attack me for hedging, or attack me for not hedging, or attack me for anything, actually.
Just attack. Be on the attack. It'll always be attacking.
Aggression. The program's called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. The longtime title sponsor of TMA is Brown and Crouppen, and they are online at getbc.com, or you can call them at 314-222-2222. Founded in St. Louis in 1979 and helping St. Louisans for more than 40-plus years. To the insurance company, you are just a claim number. To your team at Brown and Crouppen, you are a person with a name that Brown and Crouppen cares about and will fight for. Don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the big national insurance companies and the local courts? Well, that's Brown and Crouppen. They are local. That's why you hear from Ed Herman, Terry Crouppen, and Andy Crouppen in studio on Tuesdays here on TMA, because they are right here in the community. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. We are broadcasting live from the Stiefel Studios, Doug. Today is the first day of TMA Studios being sponsored by Stiefel. Great to have more and more companies get on board with this program, and Stiefel is certainly a brand synonymous with greatness in the St. Louis area. So thank you to Stiefel for their sponsorship of the studios here on The Morning After. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurtz slides into the dais when Martin slides out to onboarding, and Jackson Burkett. The program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. I booze my wife up all the time so we can talk sports betting. Strong move, Tim. That's from Al Formicola's burner. Oh, well, I didn't booze her up so we could talk sports betting. It was a byproduct of the booze.
I see. Okay. Booze my wife up.
Needed a title.
Yeah, that Lorenzini's at the Billikens game, and then J.J. Twigs.
It's a great 1-2 punch.
Yeah, with producer Joe giving my 8-year-old life lessons.
Did J.J. Twigs used to be in Webster? Or?
There's several locations.
Yeah. Okay.
He took off his hat. Number one, it was a Georgia hat, and put it on my son's head, and then said, "Look at this. You recognize this as his hair?"
Damn.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, that's what was going on.
A direct dig at you.
That's exact. Thank you.
Boy, you didn't have that coming.
Thank you. I'm just a dainty little bald boy.
Is he back to the long locks?
No, but it was showing people pictures of himself with long hair.
Oh yeah. Last time I saw him, I think he had
Was he drunk at the time? Because it's not sober behavior necessarily.
You don't pull up pictures of yourself when you see people.
Not usually.
That's untrue. I've heard people say they go up and meet Doug, and after 2 minutes of conversation, he just starts pulling up old pictures of himself.
Yeah, well, it's maybe a time or two. It's happened.
It's not vain.
No.
Indiana minus 13.5 is booked at plus 164 on FanDuel. Thanks for the tip, Jackson. This is how I will pay for my kids' college. That's from Shooter McGavin. You just paid for children to go to school with your play.
Yeah, that's what I think. I did the same thing against Alabama when Indiana took on Alabama.
What'd you do?
Indiana minus 13.5 alt spread.
Ooh, nice. Yeah. You got handsomely paid, sweat free.
Could have gone even further. Yeah. This one, 13.5 seems like a fair number. 2-touchdown victory.
We just referenced that Stiefel is now the studio sponsor here on The Morning After. And we are thrilled to have a classic St. Louis business as the studio sponsors on TMA. Doug, what can you tell me about Stiefel?
Well, I know they've been here for more than 135 years now. That's hard to believe. And I was down there a month or two ago, and it's the same street where they started the business in 1890. I don't know if there's another St. Louis business that could say that here we are 135 years later, still on the same street. But they do just about everything, money-related, wealth management. If you want banking through Stiefel, they can do that. If you own a business, they got a full-service investment bank for you. Basically, if it involves finance, Stiefel has a solution for you. They got 12 offices in St. Louis, more than 400 nationwide. They combine local experience with that national reach. And unlike many firms, Stiefel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank. That independence allows them to focus on one thing, and that's doing what's best for their clients. A philosophy that's made Stiefel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is, where success meets success. Great sponsor around town. They sponsor the Cardinals, the Blues, Stiefel Theater, Stiefel Charity Classic, the U.S. National Ski Team. Just a fantastic St. Louis-based business, and we are proud to have them as one of our main sponsors.
Tim, aren't they offering you a decent cash out currently? I don't see why you don't just take your profits now and then take Indiana like you want to. That's from Little Jackie's Rolling Papers. Little Jackie's Rolling Papers, that's a great question. That's a fair observation. You want to know why I don't have a cash out offer?
Why?
Probably because it's not that good. Probably because it's Miami's.
No, I don't have an offer. Why do you think that is? Why? Because Little Jackie's Rolling Papers makes an astute observation. It's because I made the bets with bonus bets.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And they don't offer cash outs on bonus bets.
That makes sense.
That's the reason, because that is exactly what I would do, Little Jackie's Rolling Papers.
I bet the cash out wouldn't be that good, though, because Miami's it's the
such
spread
an underdog.
I don't think it's like when you get like a anytime touchdown parlay and 3 of the 4 hit, you're not going to get a good cash out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be working the live betting tonight.
Yeah.
Like Russell Crowe and Zach Galifianakis in A Beautiful Mind. That's what it's going to look like.
Okay, and what did they do?
Well, Russell Crowe is he's doing the math on the glass. Zach Galifianakis' hangover is essentially counting cards to play blackjack. Similar scenes. Although I like The Hangover a lot more than I like A Beautiful Mind.
Wow, Beautiful Mind just took a hit out of nowhere by Movie Boy.
Yeah.
I thought it was Best Picture, wasn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't mean there's been a lot of Best Pictures.
Crash.
Namely, Crash, Shape of Water. What are we doing? $1 Million Baby. Come on.
Well, don't get upset.
I'm cool as a cucumber.
I thought I was texting with the non-ling. Doug, you remember the non-ling?
Sure.
I always text. There are a handful of people I know I can text early in the morning.
Yeah.
Jackson is definitely one who gets hit with TikToks and Instagram posts, and the Colonel and the non-ling. And Doug, all I do is say non-ling, indeed, indeed.
That's it. And then he gives you a long rundown of what the Blues are doing.
He does indeed. And I said, hey, you see this over the weekend? This is from Darren Dreger. This is rough. That's all I'm going to say. Take a listen. Please listen closely. If you're a Blues fan, I think this is of note.
Okay.
And I just don't think they're very good. I don't. And I think that Doug Armstrong can see that. Again, use the R word, either rebuild, renovate, retool, whatever. But he can see that that's what's needed here. And he's had to go to that ownership a couple of times, under his leadership as general manager, and get owner there to buy in, and it's worked. I mean, they're Stanley Cup champions. So I am not calling out Doug Armstrong in any way, shape, or form. I'm just stating the facts, and that is, as a GM, at times that can be difficult to do when you've done it more than once with your ownership group. So his level of frustration is high. He made the coaching change, hoping that would make a difference. I think that he expected that some of the younger pieces were going to take another step in their development, and that hasn't necessarily changed. But let's again visit. This is something that I often think about too. When you've got a talented, skilled young player like Robbie Thomas potentially in play, don't you ask yourself why?
Yes.
No, why is that? Why is that? Like, you would think that he'd be a piece that the Blues feel like they could build around.
Yeah.
And, that, again, according to our sources and teams who believe that this man, Robert Thomas, is available for trade, that's the first thing that comes to my mind in asking questions. Why? I mean, Kevin Cheveldayoff, after his media availability, when he talked about adding scoring, just said to me point blank, he goes, the problem with wanting to add scoring is, especially with a small market team like Winnipeg, you want players who have proven they can be productive players at some level. It doesn't always have to be at the NHL level, but preferably are under term. They have term left on their contract. Who's trading away a productive NHL forward under term? Nobody.
Hit the goalpost there.
I realized that was a long clip. That's 100% on me. That was not Jackson. That was, you think Jackson's watching Darren Dreger clips?
You'd be wrong if you said no.
Oh.
So I saw that, and then I was texting with some people about it. And so, the essential, number one, he leads off by saying they're just not good. So they're going to have to go through another rebuild, renovate, whatever R word you want to call it. But then he gets into, why is Robert Thomas available? Because that's just not the way that it works. You don't have a player of that caliber being available. This is the non-links theory, Doug, and then I'll be curious what you have to say about it. He says the question about Thomas is great, but there could be a lot of benign answers. Number one, this is an Armstrong motivating tactic, not a good one, if so, in my opinion. Number two, Armstrong's price is so high that even if Thomas is available, it's unlikely a trade actually happens, or it involves everything the Blues need. Number three, Armstrong recognizes the timeline has shifted and the Thomas age range could be too old for the shifting core he may envision. And then just number four is an outlier of something sinister, conspiracy-ish, like Thomas is a problem, and they need to move him to fix things, even though there is absolutely no evidence of that whatsoever. So, with that said, what do you think when you hear that he is labeled as available by people?
It doesn't surprise me that much. I mean, he's been around a few years. They can't seem to get over the hump or even close to the hump. They've traded players a lot better than Robert Thomas over the years. As good as he is, and he's the best player they got right now. But if you're serious about doing something to shake it up and get some quality players in return, I think anything's got to be on the table right now. I thought it was interesting that Vegas made a trade with Calgary the other day and got Rasmus Andersson, paid a lot for him. They got a defenseman in Zach Whitecloud, a first-round pick, a second-round pick. If the Blues can do that with some of their key players, get that kind of return, I think you'd have to at this point.
I agree. And I expect that to be taking place over the next 2 months, not even 2 months at this point. There have been a few of these games where I'm like, okay, that's the one that's going to kickstart it. I don't think that's the way that it's going to work when you think about it, because you're dealing with another team, and the other team doesn't care if you just had a bad loss. And I think Doug Armstrong's mind is already made up. So it's not like after beating Tampa on Friday night, he's going, yeah, now I think these guys can really do something. I think he knows what they've got. And therefore, the move will come when the right trade proposal is accepted or made by the other team. And whenever that time comes, I think you're going to see some names head on out. It's just a matter of, would it also include number 18? And so that is what that discussion was. Again, that was Darren Dreger with those thoughts. Your thoughts, 314-399-9646. Harrison's brother Master, I'm not opposed to trading Thomas at the right price, and it would need to be big, but Kyrou is the guy that has to go. And it's incredible. We're talking about Thomas and not Kyrou. He hasn't scored a goal in 13 games. The healthy scratch didn't work. It's from Harrison's brother Master. Now, Jim Montgomery said following the win on Friday that he thought that Kyrou had played his 4 best games over the last 4 after that Tampa Bay win.
It's not to say they haven't talked about Kyrou. They probably have. We were just talking about Tom. More surprising that they would want to deal Thomas, but I'm sure they've had conversations about Kyrou and probably many other players on the team at this point. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I'm sure they've had discussions with Justin Falk about him as a veteran defenseman who's having a pretty good year for himself. I think a lot of the contenders would want somebody like that.
I mean, I'm operating on the premise that, if there were betting lines on trades, you'd be minus 1,000 on a Justin Falk trade. That's about as sure of a thing as there can get. And I would imagine Shen would be right up in that category as well. Then you can get into some of these other names that would reflect on what was thought to be, anyway, the young core, such as Kyrou, such as Thomas, and not necessarily as viewed as such, but a big deal out there. I just don't know who would take it in number 89, who certainly has been catching quite a bit of hell, and justifiably so, ever since signing that contract extension. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Croup on 101 ESPN. Why'd you request this?
Well, I did this song. This is me here. And so I just wanted to show myself off a little bit.
Jackson, what do we have? The
Ariana Grande and Mac Miller.
Oh.
This song actually came out before they started dating.
But did it bring them together?
Some theorize.
You think this is what brought them together?
Oh, gosh, I don't know or care in the least.
Jackson, I love your return music.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Anytime I can play Mac Measy, I'm happy to.
Mac Measy.
Now, why do you call him that?
Because he loves mentality, doesn't he?
Yep, that's exactly right.
Thank you. Mentality. If you're tired of always waking up exhausted, dad bod starting to weigh on you, finding it harder to get excited about, well, basically anything, if your energy, focus, and drive aren't what they used to be, it might not be that you're just, quote, getting older. It's a good chance your hormones and metabolism are out of balance. So this new year, let's get back to the old you. You remember that guy? Sharp at work, full of energy, fun, the one people enjoyed being around. That's where mentality comes in. They're not a macho, low-T bro clinic. They're human-centered, and their mission is to figure out what's really going on in your body and in your brain. Mentality starts by listening. They will run real labs and explain your results in plain English, then build a personalized science-backed plan using hormone therapy and FDA-approved peptide treatments to help get your brain and body back on track. Right now, all new patient labs will be covered in your treatment plan. That's a savings of $250 right out of the gate. Reclaim the old you, the younger you with mentality. Schedule your appointment now at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com, LOWTUSA.com. The winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Winnipeg Jets. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
You know, I've had a lot of people come up to me and ask me how I got so hot.
Okay.
Now, hold on a second.
Self-limiting. All right. How'd you do it?
Well, one of the reasons is I'm shrinking, and I've chosen to lose my hair and be abrasive.
So there's less of you to be ugly?
Thank you.
Is that what it is?
And then I said, hey, it'd be great if my skull could be asymmetrical. And so I've gotten all these procedures done, but then I'm wearing Polos Plus.
There you go. Draping yourself.
I like that verb.
Yeah.
I'm draping myself in Polos Plus. Polos Plus, locally owned and operated, founded by Chris and Wayne Lawson of All Volleyball fame. Many people in the St. Louis area familiar with All Volleyball. They have been around for decades. Now, what is Polos Plus, you may be asking, because they are a new sponsor here on TMA. What they do is they serve small to mid-sized business owners, and what they do is they outfit teams so they look sharp and have some uniformity and pride in what they wear to work. So they contacted us here on TMA and said, hey, here's some gift codes for you guys to get Polos Plus merch. And then they just upload the TMA logo and put it on there. And you're going, oh, is it like some ham and egg like Caliber shirts? No.
Far from it.
No. Jackson, name some of the brands that you had to choose from.
Brooks Brothers, Carhartts, North Face, Columbia, Under Armour, Nike,
Travis
Adidas.
Matthew.
Travis Matthew.
Yep. It's all there. You just go to polosplus.com. The people behind Polos Plus have been in this space for nearly 30 years. It's Polos Plus, longtime TMA listener Andrew Hubbard, and polosplus.com. It couldn't be any easier. I ordered my shirts, and I'm like, well, that was really easy. I wish I would have been doing that. That couldn't have been more simple. You upload your company logo on there, and now you got high-caliber merchandise, too. polosplus.com. The Athletic just came out with their brand new trade board this morning. Doug, how many members of the St. Louis Blues do you think are in the 37 names they named on the NHL trade deadline board?
I'll say 5.
Over. Kyrou is ranked 36th, and we scroll. Binnington ranked 25th. Braden Shen ranked 24th. Actually, I think you might be right on target. I apologize. Robert Thomas, 15th, fresh off our Robert Thomas discussion. Justin Falk, 14th. So there are the Blues on there. There is a Shen on there, but it's Luke Shen.
Who's number 1?
Number 1, Artemi Panarin.
Oh.
Of the New York Rangers, where Chris Drury sent out a statement saying, sorry, we're no good. We're basically rebuilding. Hope you can stick around.
Oh.
They loved it in New York. They love it in St. Louis. Jackson, who is the winner of today's Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day and getting another point, and only 9 emails of the day left in this month before somebody wins a $10,000 HVAC system.
Doug required some dramatic music.
Yep.
We have a vote for Shooter McGavin. Another vote for Shooter McGavin.
Oh.
A vote for Buck Swope.
Okay.
Another vote for Buck Swope.
Oh, my goodness.
But the winner today, Buck Swope.
Buck Swope has just tied the incel from the other end of the couch. We now have a tie with 9 Design Air Heating and Cooling emails of the day remaining in the month of January. Unbelievable. Here we go.
All right. Nice win for Buck.
Congratulations, Buck Swope.
He's always there. Boy, he's consistent.
Yeah. You got to think Carlos Spicy Wiener is going to make this thing a 3-way tie at some point. It's the cream's rising to the top here. It's like a leaderboard at Augusta on Sunday afternoon. It's fun. You're right. It is fun. Time to shut it down.
Okay.
VK and Ferrari are coming up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.